Your Excellency, Ambassador of France in Greece, dear President of the French Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry, dear Head of the Regional Economic Department of the French Embassy in Athens, dear ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Panagiotis Korakas and I'm the head of the Historical Archive of Naftika Chronika magazine. It is with great joy that I welcome you on behalf of the French Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry to this forum organized by the Chamber's Maritime Committee entitled New Maritime Challenges. The Maritime Committee was established in June 2023 under the auspices of the French Embassy in Greece and in cooperation with the French Maritime Cluster. Its mission is to promote commercial relations between the maritime professionals of France and Greece, but also the systematic organization of events and thematic workshops related to the different professions of the shipping sector in order to further strengthen the French and Greek maritime ecosystems. It is worth noting that this is the second time that this forum takes place, and I think it goes to show the increased interest between the two nations' commercial relations over the last few years. Gathered here today are representatives from the maritime and industrial sectors of France and Greece. As we're all eagerly anticipating the discussions that are going to be part of today's forum, I would like to welcome to the floor the President of the French Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Laurent Touillet.
You said everything, I think. Your Excellency, Mr. and Mrs. Presidents, dear members, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great pleasure and an honor to welcome you for our second edition of our Maritime Forum of the Franco-Hellenic Chamber. When actually the idea came up, it was nearly 2 years ago, and it was, I admit, originated by the CEO of French marine broker, Mr. Berrurier, who is among us today. It was quite a challenge because, of course, it's pretty obvious that Greece is a dominant maritime country. It was not so obvious that our Greek friends would see France as also a good partner or a possible partner. So it was a kind of challenge to organize this forum. However, we had the chance afterwards with Mathieu to connect with one of the biggest organizations of maritime activity in France called the French Maritime Cluster. Unfortunately, he's president and he asked, of course, all this apologized. He could not make it, unfortunately, yesterday, but he was supposed to be here today. So Mr. Moncani de Saint-Aignan. And we signed a partnership with this association, which gathered more than 400 members, all working, of course, in the maritime activities, to create this bridge between our two communities. And then, and I would say the utmost, we had the honor to attract the attention of Mr. Louis Dreyfus, who accepted the presidency of our committee. And thank you very much, Philippe. And also I would like, of course, to take the opportunity to thank all the members of executive committee of this maritime committee that are giving their time, commitment, stamina to create this type of event, and of course to create the connections between the two communities, business communities. I'd like also to thank, and I take the opportunity to thank, of course, the permanent members of the Chamber and Mrs. Manali, our director, and all the teams who have organized this event for us, and I hope you will enjoy these presentations today. I'd like also to thank all our honorable speakers. You can see through the program that I hope and I believe we have gathered the utmost experts in different domains, and that would be of most interest for you all. And thank you, first of all, for your presence, because this is, let's say, our reward. Your presence is our reward. After that, I said it was a kind of challenge, that I think it becomes a success thanks to you. And not but not least, let me thank, of course, our sponsors, without which this event would not be possible. So we have Bureau Veritas, Space Hélas, Eastern Mediterranean Maritime, Louis Dreyfus Armateur, Skuld, Synthetica, TMS, Navigator, and the Thessaloniki Port Authority. and has media sponsor, Naftica Chronica. Thank you very much. I would say just very few words, very simple, to say that our real principle is to make the committee not just one additional committee on the market. It's really what animate our wish was to have a committee for yourself. And it's really to treat topics that have any kind of interest for you. So that's your committee. And we propose debates between specialists, but also to get opportunity for you to meet and brainstorm with different experts on the topic of today, and to develop business opportunity. After the last year theme that we choose for the first committee in 2022, which was about new environmental criteria to be met by 2030 and 50, and how to finance transition, this year we propose to open a series of conferences about new and to address new challenges and risks that arise. So we will launch today this program with a focus on cyber risks, environmental and reputational risks. We all hope that, of course, this will be of great interest for you. Please feel free to give your feedback afterwards, and we will be more than happy to listen about what would be your future request to always serve at best our members and the development of business opportunity. And just before leaving the floor, let me just mention that there is in France a coming Euro Maritime exhibition that will take place at the end of January, beginning of February in Marseille. For those of you who are still interested in this topic, which I think they will also treat about cyber. So that's another, of course, opportunity of meeting French and having French connections. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will enjoy our second Maritime Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Following the President's welcoming speech, I would like to invite Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France in Greece, Ms. Laurence Auer, for her welcoming address.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Presidents of the Chamber, Franco-Hellenic Chamber, cher Laurent, chère Catherine, and dear organizers of this second Maritime Committee, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. It's for me the first meeting, but I see how much of interest we have in this new structure that we developed within a very specific context, but also a very interesting possibility to mingle on the different things at stake. The committee, in our view, from the French Embassy view, is ready to help bringing to us, governments, but also to the maritime sectors, closer ties and creating a forum that will be of help in the next meetings we will have and in the dialogue we are having between our industries, between our government, but also on commonalities. And I will come again about that. Common challenges, you have expressed them very thoroughly in the last meeting, is decarbonization, digitalization, competition, recruitment, training. But it's also a deep example of taking transversal issues into account in our bilateral cooperation in a sector which was historically strong and has become very, very intense in recent years. This would not have been possible without our strong president. And let me just thank again Monsieur Philippe Louis Dreyfus in his role of chairman of the committee, but also to all of you, the representatives and major players in the maritime sector in France. I don't see any other committee that would be compared to this one, so I feel really privileged that you started from last year to work with this type of format. With the Chamber, Franco-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Laurent and Catherine, we managed, as well with the director of the and the president of the French Maritime Cluster, Mr. Frédéric Moncani de Saint-Agnan, we managed to draft an agenda, in my view, which is absolutely at stake of different elements. I talked about it to Christos Stylianides last time I met him. It was not my first meeting with him, but it was my first meeting with the Minister for Maritime Affairs after he had been appointed in this position. And we had a very, very long list of things we could do together, including his presence in this maritime committee. Today he's left, as he told me last Sunday, he's left for the International Maritime Organization. And in his agenda, of course, he has what is at stake with the maritime sector in Greece, in the bilateral cooperation, of course, but as well all the international and European questions. And I saw in him a very proactive minister who is able and will be able to help on very different issues. What is at stake today? Let me just mention only two elements, and two elements that sometimes you know better than me. But as I'm coming from the Black Sea, I think in the last 3 years, I saw so many things which were at stake in the sea, forbidding of the endangering things, the changing of the value of the insurance, the national initiatives, the grain initiative, you know, the fact that the solidarity corridors were launched by France 2 years ago, almost at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, that I see well the role of a country like Greece in the broad regional context. Not saying that between France and Greek economies we are able to discuss of any stakes, but at least we know very well the economy of the maritime sector. We know very well that we are strategically linked to deal with the different challenges of the future. And if in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict and subsequently to the Western sanctions, we saw the consequences here in Greece in the sector, reorganizing the energy supply chain, inflation coming in the perspective of all the transport prices, but also energy prices. We see beside the major vulnerability in the sector, the fact that we also have public and private things to do together. Of course, I'm thinking about what is happening today in the Middle East. The fact that we are, since 27th of October, between France, Cyprus, and Greece, developing this idea of a humanitarian maritime corridor, the idea as well of a strategic fleet, the creation of a national and European fleet to secure energy supplies and security supplies if the private sector at some point needs it. And as well as essential maritime services and works. I would think of maintenance, offshore wind farms. There are so many projects we can discuss together. Submarine cables, even this week I met some future interested companies in this sector. So the maritime sector is a challenge today, but it's also a world full of opportunities. The high tensions we just mentioned, and I just mentioned, between France and Greece cannot actually prevent us to know that between us, between the companies, but also companies dealing in the larger sector of maritime activities, we can be much stronger. Today, what was at stake in the International Maritime Organization was the looking forward and at of green fuels, the fact that we were looking for commonalities of and basis of discussion for decarbonization in the sector, but more than ever, it is also a question of competition and finding technological ways to handle and to go quicker. All these issues shared by the French Maritime Cluster will be developed this afternoon. And again, I'm not a specialist, I'm a diplomat, but you must, of course, realize how much the French Embassy is interested, not only in Athens, but as well as a kind of a model of cooperation we could develop and expand by opening sometimes with our neighbors. It includes big companies. Everybody of you here is aware of that, but also SMEs and startups interested in investment, in developing new technologies, softwares, optimizing shipping routes. Myself, I went to Brest to visit a school where all the kids were trained to doing that, optimizing by electronic devices and satellites a way of secure shipping, but also multimodal transport. We saw that in Thessaloniki when we were there in September, cryogenic tanks for storage, etc. I will not develop more because I know that your president, of course, will develop that much more. And we have, of course, CMA CGM, a company I knew very well in Constanța and Braila because we were working with them in Romania, between France and Romania as well. The second and last but shorter point I would like to mention as an introduction is what activities we are developing at a broader level. As you know, France and Greece decided to convene an ocean conference. For France, the dates, the schedule have been decided. It will be the United Nations Ocean Conference being held in Nice from 9 to 14 June 2025. It is a conference co-organized with Costa Rica. It is a very dense and high-level organization. We are starting the preparatory session in June, but just before that, we have the possibility to participate as we stay in Athens in different meetings, including the One Ocean Summit, which will be held in the Niarchos Foundation on 16 and 17 of April next year. The United Nations Conference that we are now preparing for Nice and June 25 will be organized around 3 pillars. It's first of all the question of the fight against plastic pollution. Even today there is a meeting to prepare that. It's the idea of a ban, as we did with the CFC and to protect the ozone layer. Now there is a treaty that has been trying to be developed. I'm not sure that the conference manages. The second high question which is discussed is the Treaty on the Protection of the High Seas. And the third one is regulation on fishing. On all those 3 big issues, Greece has a key role to play. It's not only the question of handling sectors of the ocean protection, it's also the question of financing the ocean protection, both in terms of public-private flows, but also in identifying innovative mechanism. It's going to be a discussion that will start between France and Costa Rica, again, under the auspices of United Nations. I know that all of you will recognize that without a global mechanism you will not accept, because competition is fierce and by essence the maritime sector is so much integrated in world trade. The importance of scientific knowledge in this perspective and innovation is key. Strengthening our capacity for research, in my view, would also be one of the issues that could be taken on board by this committee, giving more visibility to solutions that are developed by both countries. But I'm not speaking on behalf of the President, I'm only introducing the afternoon. And last but not least, the fact that if we manage to go for a pact for the ocean, which is the final declaration we aim at, we can have separate dedicated panel and play again a role as a maritime committee in different coalitions. So having stakeholders, but also being aware of being a kind of a lobbyist to the preparation of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, you are key to all those issues, the challenges. Today we are discussing again of sending Navy boats. So it is the French Armed Forces Ministry who are sending the boats, but backed by the ship owners, and mainly in Greece. It was an experience we had in Beirut, when the explosion in the port occurred in August 2020. It was this both France and Greece initiative that managed to have a public-private partnership. And I know that you are working on it as well. And I hope to see you again, of course, in this committee, but as well in the One Ocean Conference in Athens in April, and possibly before that, anywhere else in France. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best for your work, and wish all the participants a very fruitful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Following the Ambassador's speech, we had scheduled a welcoming note by the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy of Greece, Mr. Christos Stylianidis. Unfortunately, Mr. Stylianidis could not be present here with us this evening. However, he has recorded and sent us a video message to be shown during the conference. If we could please present the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's really a special honor for me to address today such a distinguished audience in the framework of this important forum on the new maritime challenges. Thank you very much to the organizers for your kind invitation. I'm really sorry that institutional obligations outside Greece do not allow me to be with you today in person. Dear friends, historical ties between Greece and France are well known, and they have been over the years the foundation of our friendship, mutual understanding and respect, and of course our strong bilateral relationship. Our shared principles and goals serve as the guiding light of our policies and our effective cooperation within our family, the European Union, in multilateral organizations such as the IMO. In this respect, I'm sure that the Maritime Committee of the CCI France-Greece will serve as a point of reference for creating synergies, exchanging ideas, and developing new trade transactions between our two countries. Personally, I'm looking forward to similar events that will strengthen our cooperation in the maritime sector, especially in the face of today's challenging times. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Greece is a global maritime power. It has the largest community of ship owners internationally. Its value in serving global trade through quality maritime services is universally recognized. It's no accident that the Greek controller ships are today at historically high levels, surpassing the barrier of 5,000 ships and maintaining Greek shipping as a world-leading power. At the same time, the Greek fleet constitutes the impressive almost 60% of the European fleet, while the Greek flag is ranked second in Europe and 8th in the world. There is a plethora of modern challenges for the maritime industry. One of the most pressing is, as you know very well, decarbonization. Let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the French government and its officials and maritime administration experts in Paris, Brussels and in London for their dedication, professionalism and pragmatic approach. Working together, we made possible the agreement for the new IMO greenhouse gases GHG strategy, the very well known, but we have to focus on this together. IMO's 2023 strategy for the reduction of the GHG emissions from ships constitutes a milestone for the decarbonization of the shipping industry. It is setting a concrete framework for all the involved stakeholders and creating a level playing field. The development an adoption of the proposed measures within the IMO framework will further promote the intensification of the efforts for shipping's transition to a carbon-free future. To that end, the shipping sector needs to work with all others involved to drive demand for green fuels and technologies and bring down their costs. For Greece, one thing is, however, certain, that the transition should happen at the appropriate governance level, namely IMO. This will happen through our full support to the rapid and ambitious implementation of the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of emissions from ships. Dear participants, let me take this opportunity to say a few words about the shipping's reputation. Despite the fact that ocean-going ships are constantly improving their environmental record, it is a fact that shipping is often presented to the public as a great polluter, especially with regard to GHG emissions. This is far from the truth. It's far from the reality, from the hard reality. Therefore, it is the responsibility of all of us, of the maritime community, to communicate our green actions to the opinion makers and to the public in general, to make people aware of our commitments and actions for the protection of the environment, to showcase the enormous importance of shipping for a global transition to green economy and sustainable growth. Improving the image of the shipping sector will also greatly help to attract young people to the maritime professions. At the same time, the issue of maritime cybersecurity is of paramount importance. The increasing digitalization and automation and the efforts to find the right balance between security and usability introduce new cybersecurity risks. This balance can be challenging to maintain in the face of rapidly changing cybersecurity challenges in the maritime industry, especially if we take into account that very soon we will be introducing maritime autonomous surface ships. To tackle these great challenges, working together with and within the European Union and the IMO is really paramount. I'm looking forward to the results of your deliberations, which I'm sure will touch on these and other critical issues of modern maritime affairs. I wish you a productive forum, and I'm ready to see your results in order to be in touch to see how we can overcome all obstacles together. Thank you so much for your attention.
We would like to thank the Minister for his message. As you all know, we've mentioned it already, our forum today is entitled New Maritime Challenges. Introducing the proceedings of our forum and defining its theme, we have the presence of two senior members of the French maritime community. Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Philippe Louis-Dreyfus. Before I welcome him to the floor, I would like to mention a few professional milestones. He is the president of the Supervisory Board of Louis-Dreyfus Armateurs. Mr. Louis-Dreyfus was elected president of Armateurs de France, the French Shipowners Association, between 2002 and 2004. He was also president of EXA, the European Community Shipowners Association, between 2006 and 2009, of which he remains to this day vice president. He has also been president of BIMCO between 2015 and 2017. Among other distinctions, Mr. Louis-Dreyfus is commander of the Légion d'Honneur and officer of the British Empire. And especially with his present with us today, I must of course introduce him as the president of the Maritime Committee of the French Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You have the floor, Mr. Louis-Dreyfus.
Hello to all, welcome on behalf of the Maritime Committee of the French Greek Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for being here today. Thank you to our distinguished guest, Madame l'Ambassadeur. And I appreciated that Minister of Merchant Marine accepted to deliver this speech. I met him a few weeks ago. I'm very happy to see that Greece is represented by someone for the shipping community who has who puts on top of his agenda the environment issues for shipping. This has not always been the case, and I'm very happy to see that today. Challenges. That's what we're going to deal about today. The new challenges, because challenges is part of the shipping, definitely. We have had, or they have had before us, to face challenges all the time. Because firstly, shipping is and remains a dangerous and risky activity. And this is why maybe 95%, maybe definitely more, it's family companies who are in charge of this activity, not financiers, families who risk their teams, their crews, and their money on the activities. It's always been a challenge to be in shipping. In fact, the first people in shipping, they were called adventurers. They could be a Vasco da Gama, Christophe Colomb, whatever. They were in shipping. They were arming ships, but they were adventurers, explorers. Challenges in the last 20, 25 years, it has been piracy. It might come back. It is coming back in some areas. It was a real issue for some time. Some other of the traditional classical challenges are technical. I mean, the first people who had their ships and decided to have ships made of steel, the first ship owners who decided to go from sails to engines. These are challenges, and the main challenge is it's the only market, I think, in the world which is a total global, worldwide market with really true competition. A challenge which we have had over the last 10 years, the Minister has reminded us about that, is Environment 1. So it's an actual challenge, a past challenge, and definitely tomorrow's challenge. So what are the new challenges which we will discuss or present to you today? These new challenges are three which will be dealt with today in a good way, I'm sure. These challenges, the new challenge, that's the challenge and the risk of shipping, I guess. Not all these challenges are known, seen, or understood. Environment, now it's in the heart, in the head, in the language of everyone, because it's every day on our shoulders, we ship owners, but not only the ship owners. Environment issues have been in shipping, mainly oil spills, and I mean 15, 20 years ago. Now it's greenhouse gases, emissions, and things like that. So it's still a challenge, but in a new way. The challenge about environment is what are going to be the new fuels, the new engines. When will they be available? Where will they be available? And that's a real challenge, on top of which we have the cost of decarbonization, which is tremendous. It will have to be put on. Maybe people don't mention that a lot. They will be borne by the customers, the people buying the food in the street at the end. Apart from environment, a big challenge is cyber risk, which will be addressed in a heavy and very smart way today. I'm sorry that Frédéric Moncani is not with us, the president of the French Maritime Cluster, which I'm proud to have been the founder almost 20 years ago. We were 4 at the time, 400 people, 450 companies now. But cyber risk is not so new, but shipping and ship owners and myself, I discovered that rather lately, maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago. The military people were much more in advance compared to us on these risks. It is a huge risk. And the last, it may be very new challenge we will be facing is the reputation of shipping, the image of shipping. We enjoyed a rather good image, definitely in Greece. It's good, people in Greece understand how much important, how much useful, how much indispensable shipping is. Not always in all countries in the world, and maybe definitely not always in France. But the image is rather good still, but it might be changing due to a few reasons. I will come back later on that. The environment issue, the fact that the large increase in the freight rates 2 years ago has had made us be seen as responsible for inflation. Oh, this is not true, but that's how people read it in the papers. And another risk for image is the fact that some of us, all of the shipping community, but some particularly made enormous fortune 2 years ago and paid little taxes. And people don't understand that, even though tonnage tax is something absolutely indispensable to our activities. Nevertheless, people in the street, the public, and since the public has an idea, the politician will have the same, it might change the image of shipping. This is what we will be dealing with later on today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Luis Dreyfus. Our second keynote speaker this evening is Mr. Mathieu Berrouillère. He is the chairman of the French Union for Maritime and Transport Insurance Brokers, the CEO of Esatio Verlan, better known by the Greek shipping community with the name of Group Esatio. He is the president of the French Marine and Transport Insurance Brokers for the last 10 years and is a member of the board of the French Maritime Cluster. Throughout his career, he has always been a marine and transport insurance broker. He is a specialist of the risk and insurance matters, acting on behalf and to the benefit of the French and international shipowners community since the beginning of his career. And last but not least, he has been a recipient of the Chevalier du Mérite Maritime. Mr. Berrouillère, you have the floor.
Madame l'ambassadeur, mesdames, messieurs, at my age, I have to make the choice of wearing my glasses to see my paper or seeing the assembly, this beautiful assembly. As I need my notes, I will wear my paper and read my paper. So if you decide to sleep a little during my short presentation, please in silence, feel free to do it, I will not see it. Back to the subject of our seminar today, the new maritime challenges, and I would add the evolution of the risk coming with. As the first subject to raise in this introduction, I would like to point out the huge evolution of liabilities in the shipping industry. After more than 30 years operating as a specialist of risk assessment, specialist of insurances, trying to find out solutions to cover new risks, trying to work on prevention programs to avoid the risks. What I can see everywhere and every time in the past decades is a fantastic evolution of the liabilities. Like in all sectors of the economy, the major challenges which are facing the players of the marine industry is the evolution of their responsibility. As all of you know, we are living in a world where even before a claim, even before any damage, we have to consider someone liable for something, confirming from that statement that we are all responsible at one stage for something, and back to the title of our seminar. What are the new challenges and new risks for the shipment community? I can see there are three major evolutions in the risk assessment in the marine industry. First is the evolution of the risk coming from the technology. Two is the evolution of the risk coming from the environment. And three is the evolution of the risk coming from the compliance. Back to the evolution of the risk coming to the technology. New ships, new engines, new propulsion, overall automatization, new IT system, and now everybody is talking about artificial intelligence. No doubt, these are numerous subjects that can illustrate the fantastic progress of the shipping industry. Having said that, on the other hand, new risks are emerging from all these new technologies. In the first one being probably to be dependent upon these new technologies to conduct our activities. But as a major subject coming from the invasion of technology, we can see since little more than 10 years the cyber risk. In the 5 past years, in each and every conference on marine and shipping economy, the subject of the cyber risk was addressed as a major challenge, as a major threat for the shipping community. Then, the first panel of our seminar will focus on the new challenges and evolution of risk coming from the cyber. 2, the evolution of risk coming from the environment. We can't live one day in our new world without hearing about the protection of the planet, how to protect our environment. And as far as your shipping industry is concerned, for many years and long time before the others, we know how to live with the notion of damage to the environment. Of course, everybody keep in mind the major oil pollution coming from the Amoco Cadiz, from the Exxon Valdez, from the Erika, and some others. But all these environmental are evolving risks and growing day after day, but not only on the pollution side. Another example, do you know what is the most expensive part of the Costa Concordia tragedy in terms of insurance? It was not the death of passengers who died in a tragedy because, fortunately, they were not so numerous. It was not the total loss of the cruise vessel. It was the wreck removal of the hull from the Giglio Island where the Costa Concordia sank in 2012. Environmental issue. So the second panel of our seminar will focus on the huge evolution of risk coming from all these environmental issues and aspects. To go even further, and as a direct consequence of the environmental risk, our chairman, Mr. Philippe Louis-Dreyfus, will tell you more about the reputational risk, which is definitely a new risk that the ship owners are facing now. 3, the evolution of risk coming from the compliance. Legal matters, laws, and international conventions, compliance, sanctions, these are issues that all of you have now to deal with on a daily basis. This is a major evolution of risk for the actors of the marine industry. The good news for you is that we will not have time enough today to deal with these aspects. I will leave it with the Marine Committee of the International Chamber of Commerce, the decision to organize a new seminar in the future to deal with the evolution of the risk on legal matters, sanction, and compliance. And I will leave you with all speakers of our 2 first panel and with Panayotis. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank both of our introductory speakers. I think their speeches were important in setting the tone for the discussion that will follow. Moving onwards, I would like to invite all members of the first panel to join me on the floor. Right here, please. Thank you. Mr. Rebourg, Mr. Kapos, Mr. Kamarinakis, Mr. Rodenburg, Mr. Gerogiannis, Mr. Dimoulas, and Mr. Nicolas, please. Thank you. Are we all here? Is Mr. Yeroyan here? No, is Mr. Yeroyan here? Apparently we are missing Mr. Yeroyan. I hope we can join us soon. So let's introduce this panel of our esteemed speakers. Right here with me I have Mr. Xavier Rebourg. He is the director of France Cyber Maritime since the 1st of January 2021. Previously, he was Defense and Maritime Security Advisor to the Maritime Cluster Pôle Mer Bretagne Atlantique from 2017 to 2020. Before that, he has served 30 years as an officer in the French Navy. Throughout his career, he held command of 4 warships and exercised high-level staff responsibilities in maritime operations. We are glad to have him here. Also with us today is Mr. Panos Kapos of the Thales Group. His current position is Key Account Manager of the civilian domain of activities, including cyber for Greece and Cyprus. He has a software engineering background and experience. For more than 10 years, Mr. Kapos has engaged in the development of software for critical systems in the civilian and defense sector. Right next to, oh, not right next, but I will continue with Mr. Apostolos Kamarinakis. He is the CEO of the Elefsina Port Authority. Apart from this role, he is the second Vice President of the Hellenic Ports Association, a Rear Admiral retired of the Hellenic Coast Guard, and a civil engineer specialized in the management and development of seaports. His previous experience includes a number of directorial positions within the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, the position of Managing Director of Igoumenitsa Port Authority, as well as Executive Director of the National Port Development Sector. In addition, he has been a member of the Technical Chamber of Greece since 1978, and he also currently participates as a representative of the Greek ports in the General Assembly of the European Seaports Organization. Moving onwards, we have Mr. Sylvain Rodenburg. He is the Cybersecurity Solution and R&D Director for the Naval Group. Mr. Rodenburg has been a part of the Naval Group since 2009, previously being, among other roles, the Director of Cybersecurity. So we're looking forward to hearing his insight on cybersecurity and the defense naval industry. Following Mr. Rodenburg, we have Mr. Yeroyan, who's not at the moment with us. He is the Senior Account Director at Space Hellas. In his role with the Space Group, Mr. Yeroyan is currently a strategic advisor for large European companies in the field of security and data centers. Next up, we have Mr. Vasilios Dimoulas. He is the Technology and Innovation Manager for Greece, Cyprus, and Malta for Bureau Veritas. Mr. Dimoulas is a naval architect and marine engineer with an experience of over 20 years in providing classification and technical consulting services to the marine and offshore industry. Throughout his career, he has been involved in numerous projects, including new construction and major conversions, which he has followed both at design and implementation phases. From his current position in Bureau Veritas, his main task and focus is on assisting clients to meet the growing challenges posed by new and upcoming regulations by applying novel and often innovative technologies with which they may not be fully familiar. We're looking forward to hear what a classification site has to say on cyber threats and cybersecurity. Last but certainly not least, we have with us Mr. Maxime Nicolas. He is a broker and senior account executive for Esatio Verlan. He has a master's degree in maritime law, and his main focus professionally is advising on and placing all kinds of marine risks for French and foreign clients. Out of those foreign clients, the majority are Greek ship owners, which is of particular interest for our proceedings today. And I think his input will be very interesting for the correlation between insurances and the cyber risks for the maritime industry. Mr. Yeroyan, kalispera. So let's begin with our series of questions. I will begin with Mr. Rebourg. If you could please give us a brief overview of the current situation regarding cybersecurity and cyber threats in the maritime industry.
Is it working? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here. I have a few slides. Can you go to the next one, please? Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, let's start by a few words about France Cyber Maritime. And also a few words about my president, who happens to be Mr. Moncani de Saint-Aignan. is the president of the French Maritime Cluster. But there's a logic here because he's also the president of France Cyber Maritime, because in 2015, when he had lunch with Admiral Rogel, who at the time was the chief of naval staff of the French Navy, Admiral Rogel told him, Frédéric, I think you should look into cybersecurity for the maritime industry, because there's a blind spot there, and we in the military, in the Navy, we are dealing with it, and it's important. I think you should see into it. So he left with that. But in 2017, there was the NotPetya incident. For those who are familiar with cybersecurity, it was a major cybersecurity attack that touched, among other companies, the Danish company Maersk. 20% of containers were completely dead in the water. So that was a waking call for most countries, and especially for France. And at the time, the French government decided to order a report to see what can be done for cybersecurity for the maritime industry. So the Secretariat of the Sea ordered a report, and the recommendation of this report, some recommendations were implemented in 2020 with the creation of France Cyber Maritime as a coordination center for maritime security. So our mission is to contribute to the strengthening of cybersecurity for the French maritime sector, and we do it along two axes. The first one is to operate an operational center which monitors the threat and which produce information bulletins, warnings, and also provide assistance to a victim of cyber attacks. And the other axis is to bring together two worlds that need to work more together: the maritime and port world on one side, and the cybersecurity world on the other side. Well, those two worlds didn't wait for France Cyber Maritime to work together, but with the creation of the organization, it was to go further and to strengthening and to find new ways to enhance cybersecurity in the sector. Next, am I in charge here? Yes. So our community today, it's about 80 members, half the maritime sector, half cybersecurity sector. Only French today, but maybe tomorrow we can open to, maybe we're thinking of opening to European actors. So our main tool is the Maritime Computer Emergency and Response Team, which is this operational center. And part of our work is to monitor the threat. So we published this year in April the 2022 Maritime Cybersecurity Threat Overview, and which is updated regularly, daily. We do it on a daily basis practically, because incidents happen practically every day. So what does it tell us? We can see on this graph a rise in cybersecurity incidents globally, all over the world, in the maritime sector. I have a word of caution about this graph, and the figures I'm going to show you today. It's only the public incidents. We are aware of many more, but we can't disclose them because they are confidential. And sometimes, I mean, most of the incidents are not even published, or we don't even know about them, because they are very probably from state actors, or victims don't go public because it's a reputational issue as well. So these figures here are probably the tip of the iceberg. So you can see since the end of 1910, starting in 2020, a exponential rise in incidents. That's in all the maritime industry in the world. If you look a bit more about countries, you can see that the most targeted country is the United States, big maritime country, obviously, and also a threat to lots of state actors or criminal actors. But France is in second place on the podium, followed by Germany, and in the you have 25 in the 25% you have 6 or 7 European countries. So there's also a bias here because our sensors, our research is mostly in English, so we don't have very many people in our team speaking Chinese or Arabic, but we're working on it, not ourselves, but we are subcontracting to have more intelligence from in other languages to make sure that this is something that is close to reality. Next, but we will also do statistics by continent. You can see that European Union is not is a target, of course, and also with the bias of the language. And then, if I have a look at subsectors, you can see that ports are the most targeted activities by cybercrime or state sponsors, cyber actors, followed by logistics and ship owners. But not a single sector is free from cybersecurity. You can see marine and renewable energy. You can see subsea cables also being impacted. Even defense, some navies. Fortunately, not the French Navy and not the Hellenic Navy, as far as I know, have been targeted. But we saw on the internet some data from the Indian Navy, unfortunately, a few years back. So we could also have a look at the cyber criminals, and half of the attacks come from cybercrime, ransomware, and we've seen recently a rise of what we call cyber activists, especially with the conflict between Russia and the Ukraine, and now with the war against terrorism in Israel, where cyber criminals take side to support a cause, and we've seen quite recently a few attacks on the maritime industry by Russian groups supporting Russia and targeting countries supporting the Ukraine, military supporting the Ukraine. So we also, as we're in the maritime sector, have a look at the GPS and AIS jamming and spoofing. And we know that, for instance, in the Black Sea or around the Suez Canal, there's always areas where the GPS is being jammed, and it has an impact on navigation, and it's also a problem for shipping. So, well, after this short overview, you can see the threat is out there. And again, I would stress the fact that it is just the public figures, and but it's probably the tip of the iceberg. So now that we know that the threat is there, but it's important to see which are the sectors that are impacted and who are the actors. And now I think it's time to talk about what we can do with it.
Thank you, Mr. Reboul, for this overview. And I think that the rise in volume of incidents is indicative of the situation. I'll address you, Mr. Kapos. The industry constantly talks about cyber risks, cyber threats over the last few years especially. But what are the most important challenges when it comes to protecting someone's firm from cyber threats or attacks, and which are the particularities, especially in the maritime sector? I think it's on.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. We are talking about cybersecurity challenges, and we are talking about a world which is full of challenges in cybersecurity. Let us see why, first of all, we have these challenges. We know that digital transformation, it is something that we all want, and digitization is part of our lives. and to live in an open and connected world. But this means that we are on the radar screen of people that they would like to attack our systems and to make them work for their cause. We see before very nice graphs that attacks are more and more frequent and sophisticated. We have a rise of attacks the last few years in a rate that it's rising every year. The attacks, the cost of attacks is exploding all over the world, and particular the cost per attack and the complexity per attack. And definitely there is no one which is fully protected and no one which is spared from the cyber threats. There is no sector which is under the radar screen of the cyber threats. If we see some examples, we can see defense and security and digital identity and security. Okay, we will expect that, but we have also transportation, we have aerospace, and we have even space. So, cyber threat is here, cyber security issues exist, and what we can do in order to protect our organization. First of all, we have to be prepared. We have to be prepared to ensure business continuity, meaning to avoid operational disruptions, because when the time comes, we have to have a plan in order to address the situation. Second challenge is to be protected, meaning that we all have in our organizations legacy systems that they were built in recent past or in the past, that cybersecurity and cyber risk were not so the hot topic, and we see how it rises in the last 5 years, the incidents. So these systems were built in order to serve their purpose and to facilitate their work, but not having cybersecurity as a first or a driving factor for their manufacture. So we need to upgrade our systems to be secured. Third key challenge is to be compliant. There are regulations that we have to follow, and in order to be trustworthy, for example, GDPR compliance, in order to be able to operate in a trustworthy way and in a way that we ensure that we are aligned with all the cybersecurity regulations. And last but not least, we have to be protective, meaning that we have to ensure safety and security not only to our organization, but also to the system and to the ecosystem that we are operating. And this by keeping up with hackers and be able to match their skills, which is, as we have seen, it is very much advanced and it's very much evolving day by day. So why these are very much related to maritime. So, we all know that shipping industry is critical for the economic and strategic level. Most of the world trade, 80%, and by volume and by value, comes from the shipping industry, which is the heart of any supply chain. So, the sector need for efficiency has driven the maritime sector in order to create more automation, meaning to integrate IT system into existing operational system, information technology system, to real operational systems on board the vessels. This was not an issue in the past because there were no connectivity so much high in the systems. So this reduced the risk of cybersecurity. However, today, with the increased digitization of the maritime sector, we have a cyber risk, a significant cyber risk in ports, as we have seen, in communication channels and vessels, creating opportunities for everyone that would like to do something malicious to our system to serve their cause. And what do we mean with operational systems and IT systems? Meaning that the explosion of the need of cargo and the carrier capacity and industrial digitization, the need in order our systems to carry more in a more efficient way, drove the technical aspects of this maritime to evolve, to expand, neglecting, however, the cybersecurity investment. A second very important thing is that COVID, the pandemic travel restrictions, forced the OEMs, original equipment manufacturer, that they couldn't send their personnel to make a maintenance or upgrade of the system in their ports, to connect this system to the internet in order to overcome these travel restrictions, which was very much useful and facilitated things. However, induced and included in added one risk point, an entry point to our system through internet to already systems that they were not cyber secured. So, what is the what are examples of attacks when we are talking about hacking of an operational systems? We can see real cases, loss of fuel control and ballast water valves due to an upgrade of a display system. GPS jamming, satellite communication hacking, ICE spoofing, as we said. We have seen pirate attack supported by a cyber attack. We have seen loss of main switchboard due to ransomware, meaning that hackers attacking not the central IT system of an organization, attacking a ship. Hackers took full control of a navigation system of a ship for 10 hours. So we see what is the difference, what is the criticality for this kind of activities on the maritime domain. When we are talking about cyber incident in the IT organization of a company, what could be the potential risk, which are very severe? For example, loss of sensitive data of the company, which is, of course, very severe. Loss of money, ransomware. It could be loss of sensitive data for customers. It could be loss of reputation. However, we are talking about consequences and results that has to do with the organization and the ecosystem of the organization. If we all imagined what could happen if someone takes the control of the navigation of a ship, and this ship carries a very sensitive, very important cargo, vaccines, or carries a very dangerous cargo for the environment, liquid fuel of some kind, or just passing from Suez Canal, like this ship ever given, and blocks Suez Canals for days, and with billions per day in losses in the world trade. So, the key message that we have to focus is that cyber risks are everywhere. In the maritime domain can be very severe, very dangerous, disastrous, not only for the company, but for human lives, for the environment, for everyone around this ecosystem. And cyber threats are here. They are already present. And in terms of cybersecurity, it is very, very easy to be too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapos, for your input, especially about the particularities in the maritime industry and the actual costs that these threats represent. Let's get more into specifics when it comes to cyber threats and ports. I turn to you, Mr. Kamarinakis. Even recently, we saw cyber attacks against major ports in Australia. What is the situation regarding Greek ports? Have Greek ports felt pressure from cyber attacks lately? And based on your experience in Elefsina, which steps are being taken to safeguard its cybersecurity? Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador, for the invitation, and ladies and gentlemen. I prepared a short presentation just to describe what is happening around the world about the cyber attacks, and also for the Greek ports, because all we know that cyber attacks can do anything everywhere. So defending against port cyber attacks is a very important issue. Ports are a significant point within the maritime supply chain, as this is where goods are processed, stored, and transferred onto vessels. Due to the vast number of goods which pass through ports every day, they are an attractive target for actors looking to collect information about containers and then attack vessels. Cyber attacks against ports threaten the integrity of data which passes through them and in. The most famous port cybersecurity incident occurred in the port of Antwerp in 2012. Nowadays, the maritime industry has become increasingly vulnerable to cyber threats. In December 2022, the port of Lisbon was attacked with ransomware, which took down the port's website and internal computer systems. Lots of confidential information was stolen, including budgets, contracts, cargo informations, ship logs, and port documentation. Some of the information was published. Luckily, the port's operations were not compromised. 3 main ports in Canada were similarly targeted. The cyber attack took down the port's websites, but port operations were not disrupted. Cyber attacks have doubled since the pandemic against the port of Los Angeles, which is the busiest in the Western Hemisphere. Attackers intend on causing significant disruption and impact on the economy. Also, the recent cyber attacks, as all we know because it happened very recently, on the maritime industry in Australian ports, highlight the importance of not only protection, but also response plans. It is therefore clear that ports are key targets for cyber attacks. Ports' complex networks of public and private actors also makes securing the ports a challenge. Actors include storage providers for oil and goods, terminal operators, and logistic firms. It is a big challenge to ensure all of these actors maintain good security hygiene in order to prevent cyber attacks and limit successful breaches. In order to solve this challenge and improve the cyber security of critical industries, the European Union approved new cyber security regulations, which obligate critical infrastructure companies to become more secure. The regulations include technical measures such as encryption, cyber risk assessments, and due diligence too. Hundreds of firms which operate out of Europe's largest ports will need to use this basic security measure and report attacks to authorities from 2024. It is hoped that the rules will help to secure the global supply chain of critical goods, especially relating to transportation and energy. Ports play a significant role in maintaining smooth global trade, making it an important task to keep them secure so that global supply chains cannot be disrupted. Now let's say some words about the Greek ports. Of course, we have the ISO 27001, which helps Greek ports become risk aware and proactively identify and address weaknesses. ISO 27001 is the world's best known standard for information security management systems, ISMS. It provides Greek ports and companies of any size and from all sectors of activity with guidance for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving an information security management system. Greek ports adopt the holistic approach described in ISO 27001 to make sure information security is built into organization processes, information systems, and management controls. They gain efficiency and often emerge as leaders within their industries. Greek ports develop under the authority of the Port Security Officer a common cyber hygiene baseline with minimum requirements and controls considered as necessary to moderately sophisticated attacks, as well as a certification mechanism based on self-assessment. Also, in the Greek ports, we organize on-site training and awareness raising by pooling resources, interest, and cyber exercise of the port employees, as the human factor is often the weak link in cyber security. And now let's say some words about the European policy and about ESPO. ESPO is the European Seaports Organization, and not only for the Greek ports, but for all European ports, cybersecurity policy is a top priority. According to the European Seaports Organization, there should be more emphasis on the protection of the entire transport and logistics chain. In case one of the actors in the transport and logistics chains or any of the interfaces they use for data exchange is compromised by a cyber incident, this could have a serious negative impact on the operations of the other players involved in moving the goods. On 16 January 2023, the Directive on the Resilience of Critical Infrastructure, CAR Directive, together with the revised Directive on the Security of Network and Information Systems, entered into force. The CR Directive is designed to harmonize rules on combating threats other than cyber risks, whereas the NIS2 Directive is intended to better harmonize cybersecurity rules across the European Union. EU member states will have time until October 2024 to transpose the revised directives into their laws, including an obligation to establish a comprehensive list of entities subject to new provisions for NIS2, etc. ESPO will further monitor the implementation of both directives, assisting where possible, and ESPO members in the implementation efforts. So, ladies and gentlemen, cyber threats evolve fast. They are increasingly complex and adaptable. To make sure our ports and infrastructures are protected, we need to think several steps ahead. We can utilize our expertise and knowledge to detect and react faster, limit potential damages, and increase our resilience. Working on cybersecurity means working on the healthy future of ports, online environments, and in this strategic autonomy. Thank you for...
Thank you, Mr. Kamarinakis. We just heard some important aspects of the cyber threats and cyber risks regarding the cyber sector. I think it's time to expand the discussion and talk about prevention and possible solutions. Let's begin with Mr. Rodenburg. The Greek Navy has acquired the latest digital warship, the FDI frigate. Could you explain to us how a defense naval industry manages cyber threats?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So, yes, let's talk about solution now. So, the states have become aware of the cybersecurity risk in the maritime domain for several reasons. The first reason is because our ship today, there was the automation of the ships and the precision of our weapons rely on digital technologies. So an attack on this digital technology will have major consequences. So from a military perspective, the consequence of an attack on a ship is a loss of military capacity and a loss of sovereignty. From a civilian point of view, this will certainly be a big loss of money. But the second reason is that the cybersecurity attacks are today used to divert attention. For example, someone attacks a communication center that will introduce a latency in the communication, and this will give the few minutes of advance that will let, for example, a weapon or another attack reach its target. So this is what we have observed, for example, during the Ukraine war. This kind of attack is massively used. So, nevertheless, once an attack has been performed, it becomes public, and the attack techniques is known by everyone. So the point is that the attack techniques and the cybersecurity risks are constantly evolving. So, what is the solution? So, in this space of cybersecurity risk, especially in the maritime domain, I will quote a famous Chinese military strategist, Sun Tzu, who said in his book, The Art of War, he said, "Who knows the other and knows himself will never be defeated." So, Naval Group, as a designer and overall integrator of warship, we of course know very well our system. So the challenge is to know the opponents. So this is why we have decided to place at the heart of our strategy the threat intelligence in the maritime domain. Meaning we need to know our opponents, we need to know their techniques, we need to know their methods, and especially the methods they are using in the maritime domain. So, when we design a boat, of course, we are performing a risk analysis based on the threat intelligence. We will analyze this risk, we will prioritize this risk, and find out some mitigation solution. Of course, we will base our design on standards, architecture rules, regulation requirements, using components of the shelf. But the combination of all of these methods and solution will reach to compliance, to regulation, certifications. But we judge that this is not enough. We need to go beyond this. So this is why we have introduced the concept of cyber performance, meaning that we need to assess continuously the performance of our detection and protection system we introduce in the ships and also in our shipyards. So this performance, of course, is we need to introduce a kind of score of this performance and then decide with our customer, okay, which score we would like to reach and which score we would like to keep into time. So of course the performance needs to be maintained over the time, and this is a huge job. So how are we organized and what kind of activities we do perform to reach this performance? So as I told it, we place the naval threat intelligence at the heart of our strategy. And we have a dedicated computer emergency response team that is responsible for getting this knowledge. So from this knowledge, when we design a boat, we have, of course, an engineering process that will rely on standards, reference system, architecture stuff, and so on. and we will be able to design a very performant and cyber by design ship. But we also to protect our ecosystem, our environment. So, of course, we will protect our own information systems for the offices. We also protect the OT systems in the shipyards and in all our facilities. We also to protect our supply chain, because we are relying on many contractors, many suppliers, but we have to pay attention on what they are supplying to us. For example, if I ask a component based on software to a supplier, I must be sure that the software is saved. So I will control the supplier, I will assess the level of cybersecurity of this supplier, and I will always observe also the information I'm sending to this supplier, because if this supplier is also attacked himself, so the information I send to him will be stolen. So this is very important to control the data I send to the suppliers. We also introduce a very strong software production line based on continuous integration, continuous development, that will guarantee not only the quality of all of the software components, but also the security of the software components. Well, our security is also based on some component of the shelf, but sometimes it's not enough. We cannot find what we need. We cannot find what is necessary to answer the requirements of our customer. So, for example, it is useless to present to a sailor when a cybersecurity alert with many technical details. He won't know what to do with that. So we prefer translating an alert with technical details into something that is legible for the sailor. For example, I will alert him that it can potentially lose, I don't know, the propulsion, lose, for example, the HVAC or something like this. So this is why we have invented a tool. We name it the CMS, the Cyber Management System, and its goal is to translate technical stuff, cyber technical stuff, into information that are legible to the sailor, and so he can react effectively. We also provide some reaction sheets in the language of the sailor, so he knows what to do in case of cybersecurity alert. And finally, we also provide a set of services. So there are some various set of services. First of all is the training to raise the cybersecurity awareness to our customer, to our suppliers. When we are designing and producing ships, but also maintaining the ships, we are controlling every digital asset. We are supposed to connect to the digital equipment on board to check whether they could be polluted or not by some cyber stuff. We, of course, during the services, we need to maintain the cybersecurity components, equipments that are used to protect and to detect. And we need to maintain them over the time, introducing some new rules and I would say close the loop between the knowledge of the new threats, introducing new detection rules, and then be able to assess the performance of our ship. Of course, we cannot do everything alone, so we need to establish strong local partnerships for each step of each kind of activity. So, for example, during at design time, we have already established a partnership for R&D activities. For example, with companies such as Space Labs, Demotricos, we are conducting some various R&D projects. We need some partners to develop our the know-how of, for example, the local partners dealing with other application fields such as propulsion, electricity, HVAC, and so on. So they are aware of all of the cybersecurity issues. And of course, we need some partnership for the ashore services, because there are some aspects of the cybersecurity alerts that becomes quite sensitive. So when you are attacked by someone, so we are a French company, so it is not always visible for French eyes. So we need to have partners that can have Greek eyes on this kind of information, and so the cyber operation can be effective. The last point is regarding to our organization. As I told it, we have placed the cybersecurity at the heart of our strategy, but also at the heart of our own DNA. So we have created a dedicated cyber organization that direct reports to our CEO, and this organization hosts a set of experts that can help the other domain, the other application fields for any kind of equipment on board. But we don't have any enough experts to cover all the fields. So we are trying to find some relays on some application fields. So this is the reason why we have created what we call the Cyber Champions. The Cyber Champions is a specialist in another application field, for example, propulsion, electricity, HVAC, and we train these specialists to be aware of the cybersecurity issue, and we give them the best cyber practices. So they become autonomous in some aspects, and when required, they can rely on the expertise provided by our dedicated cyber organization. So we have also trained every employee of our company with continuous awareness campaign. We've got serious games, we've got e-trainings. This is a continuous activity to raise cybersecurity awareness for all our employees. Of course, we provide upskills trainings, so everyone who is interested in the cybersecurity issue can be trained and increase in skills in cybersecurity. Last but not the least, we have introduced in all our engineering processes dedicated cyber activities, dedicated cyber milestones. So each time we are producing something, we take care of the cybersecurity issues everywhere at any step of our production process. And of course, we rely on the major standards. So, for example, the EC, the ISO standards, with some cybersecurity capacity models and so on. So, our products comply with most of these standards. So this is a very, very quick overview of our capacity in cybersecurity. We are very, very proud to work for the French state and the French Navy. And we are also proud to deliver our cyber by design new frigate, the FDI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demurg. It's important to have the input of the naval industry in our discussion. Mr. Yiroyanis, I turn to you. There's an increased amount of people who are interested in the correlation between cybersecurity and automation. I would like for you to tell us where are things on this front of the industry, and are there parts of the military sector that can help the civil sector? Thank you.
Merci. Thanks, Panayotis. Mesdames, Messieurs, Kyrios Kyrie, Sir Laurent, it's the moment to play now. I decided to automate my presentation, so I send you by SMS to your mobile. Can you check, please? we talk about security. You trust me. You check your mobile. 100% of the company be attacked. 50% only know. The other don't know. At space, what we can do it is to help you be protected 100%. Nobody can tell you that you can be 100% secure. But this is our mission. In this topic here, we talk about automation and security. We have two different challenges. The challenge on the ports and the challenge on the maritime. Our presentation, it is a little bit anyway, it's part of somebody, okay, probably attack my presentation, would like to give me some headache, okay? I suppose that, okay, the people from Novalo tell you that have the capability to do this, but so anyway, it's important to know that, okay, the challenge for the port, it is important. Thank you very much, okay, you mentioned, okay, a lot of things that it is important for us. So the challenge on the port, it's because you have this different, okay, type of ecosystem. You need to see the port like in a small city, that you have physical, hardware, software, human people, and all these collaborate together. So when you touch the different area of the population and also the software and the hardware, it is very difficult to avoid and impact on the security. And to automate it is something that started to be for a long time and important area, particularly in different domain of manufacturing, of distribution. And we start with the R&D, the research of the development. It is something really important here. And I like your last part of the question, how the military staff can help this area of the civil. It is because the military receive different type of attack, different level of difficulty that give them the opportunity and the value to develop something stronger. And we take the benefit about this. The other area, okay, it is the challenging in the maritime. And the challenging in the maritime, it is because we combine two different worlds. You are technical, maybe. I'm technical, you can trust me. No, don't trust me. Okay, I ask, okay, to use your mobile. So, but we combine two different kind of worlds, the IT and the OT, two different style of protocol that it is the new area. And the challenging it is that we need to make collaborate, cooperate, and finally found a way of compromise. So I think, okay, because okay, you listen a lot of fantastic idea how you can do on the cyber risk, with the cyber assessment and all this area. What we would like to tell you it is that important thing it is to have an important skill assessment and identify what you want to protect, how you want to protect, and don't forget to call us because I think we are the right person to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gerogiannis, for your input. Most of the members of our panel are either representing end users or solution providers, but let's hear from a classification society, from Mr. de Moulas. What threats exist for commercial vessels, and how has the increased connectivity of ships played a role? And are classification societies taking active and especially collective initiatives to address cyber threats?
Thank you, Mr. Korakas. First of all, let me thank you for being here. It's an honor to be part of this distinguished panel and distinguished guests. We heard a lot about naval ships. We want to focus on merchant ships, and I'm going to be repeating some figures that were already shown by Monsieur Rebour before, because they actually come from the same source. So this is something that comes from MCERT. I won't spend too much time on it because we heard about threats from our previous panelists. I just want to point out that there has indeed been an increase in attacks and threats in the last few years. And so far, most of them that we have observed have to do with navigation systems, spoofing, VSAT jamming, but mainly phishing and social engineering towards crew members. I want to repeat that we are focusing as a classification society on merchant ships, and whether these attacks, these threats, may threaten the safety of the ships and the crew on board and the passengers on board, of course. So far we've seen that what's at stake is ship maneuverability, compliance with regulations, disruption in business processes, and failure to accept at port. But the trends are now becoming more serious because we see that the technology threat, as was mentioned by Monsieur Berger before, indeed the increased connectivity of systems on board have now attracted potential attackers to maybe even show off, let's say, and see that they are able to attack serious OT system, operational systems on board that may cause very big damage and threat to the safety of the ship. So moving on, how do we address these risks? As a classification society, we focus on regulations. I'm going to talk very soon about the regulations in the framework of the International Association of Classification Societies. We have been instrumental in promoting and developing frameworks for cyber resilience of ships by design, and also of systems that are installed on board. We are focusing on promoting training and awareness of crews, of personnel in the shipping companies, but also our own personnel, the surveyors that go on board. Of course, one can invest in retrofit and upgrade. We heard about legacy systems before. Yes, we agree, they are a threat. And make sure that the increased connectivity and automation on board does take into account the cyber threats now that are increasing. So people and companies need to invest in cyber. So what has been the evolution of regulations? Back in 2018, actually our history starts way before that. We issued our first notation regarding threats from connected ships back in 2016, if I remember well. But anyway, in 2018, we started to think about what we can do. We realized the threat, so what we can do now. So we tried to adapt existing frameworks, like the NIST frameworks on land, to shipping and shipborne operations. And we created, by also involving a lot of players in the industry and getting a lot of feedback, the BV Rule Note 659, which tries to address cybersecurity by inducing increased risk assessment and a management system. So control of behaviors, a more controlled approach on how you do things on board, how you train your ships, and what do you do in case of emergencies. More or less at the same time, Ajax issued recommendations for new constructions, so for design of equipment, And also IMO issued some also recommendations, the 42898, for ships in service, and these included the requirement that cybersecurity has to be taken into account in the ship's SMS and safety management system. So later on, recommendation 171 again by Ajax, and how to perform a risk assessment. So we come now to the latest development, the Ajax Unified Requirements E26 and E27. They have been issued by Ajax. They address cybersecurity by design, both design of ships, but also design and construction of equipment that comes on board. The requirements have been out already since last year, but they are to come in force. They were supposed to come in force on the 1st of January 2024. Looking at the industry, Ajax realized that they may have to be postponed for 6 months. So we're going 6 months into 2024. So we try to address cybersecurity by design. At the same time, we strongly propose to our clients that what we issued, the NR 659 and the existing frameworks, are a good way to be prepared. And we have already several clients that have adopted this framework in their management systems, and they are very happy with it by saying that it's quite a practical framework adapted to the maritime industry. The current regulations, just a small summary, I won't spend too much time, I think I already described. What is currently in force is the IMO resolution 428 of 98, which describes that an approved safety management system should take into account cybersecurity, and the Ajax UR E26 and E27 about cyber resilience of ships by design and cyber resilience of systems. So we are hoping that more and more makers will take a serious look into this and will adapt their systems to be compliant. So that we are able to issue type approval certificates as per the UR E27 for ships for these systems to be used on board. And more ship designers will take into account the UR E26 and adapt their designs and network architecture of systems that they install on board according to these requirements, so that it is not only the human factor that drives this, but also system design and application of rules. So I'm open to questions, of course, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gimoulas. I think we're going to manage a few questions later on from our audience, and it's important to see that collectively classification societies are taking steps towards this direction. Moving onwards, Mr. Nicolas, I would like to ask you a bit about insurances and how can they be a solution for the marine industry, and what type of solutions can be offered?
Thank you. Is working? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for these interesting feedbacks and explanations about cyber risks. So now that we've been speaking about cyber risks, prevention measures and different solutions, I think it's important to also talk about insurance as alternative solutions facing cyber risks for the marine industry. I think it's important to go back to basics of insurance to understand how it can be considered as a solution. Insurance is a risk transfer mechanism from the assured to the insurance market. The purpose of it is to have the burden of the risk on the shoulder of insurers instead of the shoulders of the assured. In this respect, the assured, generally speaking and by principle, shouldn't have any risk on them at the end. However, this is important to bear in mind that insurances are very closely related to prevention. You won't be able to find any solution on the insurance market if you don't have at least a minimum prevention measures, such as staff training or also IT system protection. So this is very important to bear that in mind. Now that we've talked about how insurance can be a solution, it's important to see the different solutions that can be provided by the insurance market. So we have different solutions depending on the risk we're talking about. First of all, we have non-marine risk for your onshore facilities, such as offices or port terminals and everything. For example, if you have for ship owners, ferries ship owner, if you have a ransomware stopping all your computers from working, and you can't sail any tickets any longer, you have a very important loss of income, and this can be covered by the non-marine cyber risk insurance market. This market is very interesting and have faced some changes 2 or 3 years ago, with a lot of insurers decided to just quit this market, other one to decrease their capacity and their involvement in it, and finally to drastically increase the premiums. Another solution that we can find on the insurance market is for marine risks. So in this respect, we speak about vessels, damage caused to the vessels and by the vessels. For example, if a vessel is remotely hijacked by hackers and just blocked the Suez Canal, just for example, we can have damages to the vessel due to the grounding and different contractual liabilities with the towage companies and extra contractual liabilities to the Egyptian authorities. So if you have a look at the damages caused by the vessel, so the third-party liabilities, it will be basically covered by the P&I coverage. We don't face any major issue with the P&I insurers for covering cyber risks at the moment. We will see how it evolves in the coming years. In respect of the damages to the vessel, we will have some different coverages involved. The hand machinery, the loss of hire, maybe the war risk, depending on the situation. We have, in this respect, market practice, which is to completely exclude cyber risks. Facing this, some insurers decided to create a very small market, a niche in the niche, in order to buy back this exclusion. So at today's date, we can find some solution to buy back the exclusion of cyber risks on damages caused to the vessel in the market, especially in the London market and the Nordic market. But it is very limited in terms of actors, limited in terms of capacity, and it can be sometimes important in terms of premium depending on your exposure. So this is the solutions, the basic solution you can find on the market. And we can also find additional solutions with delay cover. So basically how it works, this type of cover will allow you to be covered for loss of income resulting from cyber attack, but you don't have any damage to your vessel and you don't have any third-party liability. So these are the three main type of coverages we can find on the marine insurance market. So just to sum it up, we have an increase of the cyber risks. The market is just trying to find solutions, but it's not always perfect, but it's growing and developing and improving. And I think that it will keep improving in the coming years. At today's date, we have some of our clients, ship owners, covered with this solution. It's working well, including in case of claims. So I think that it is important to consider insurances as a solution and a good solution facing cyber risks for the overall marine industry, whether it is ship owners, charterers, terminal operators, and so on. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. While we're still talking about solutions to cyber risks, Mr. Kapos, as a member of Thales, I would also like you to give us your insight regarding solutions in the cybersecurity aspect of things.
Thank you very much. Cyber defense is practically three things. It is human capital, it is processes, and it is hardware. In Thales, we have a solution on these three, let's say, key topics, and we work in 4 pillars. First of all, we have a risk and threat evaluation, one of the pillars of our activities. We have a train and experimentation. We have systems to protect our architecture, and we of course have solutions to detect and respond to any threat and that can emerge. All of these can be integrated to our solution because Thales, as a large system integrator in key critical activities in all domains, in all sectors, has adopted the notion of cybersecurity by design to all our system. In general, we're talking about Thales, which is a European leader in cybersecurity. We have 4,000 engineers working for critical information systems and cybersecurity, and our team is growing and expect to grow fast. As we are specialized in critical activities from defense, transportation, government, and of course, any kind of systems that has to do with maritime technology. We are cyber secure our systems by design. We are present in 50 countries. We have security operation centers, and we have teams in order to be able to consult around the world. And we have a network of cyber labs, which is all around the world, and be able to test and experiment on cybersecurity issues. We are very, very proud that one of these cyber labs exists in Greece, in Koropi, and it is our unique capability in terms of hardware and in human capital to be able to experiment on cyber issues. Is like a flight simulator, like the flight simulator is used for a flight, for the pilot to be trained in extreme conditions. We have the hardware and the capabilities of the human capital in order to have a cyber security, let's say, simulator where we build a digital twin of the architecture, and then we use the architecture to train the people, to assess the architecture, to evaluate the architecture, and to see what further can be done in protecting the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kapos. Let's discuss a bit more about ports, Mr. Kamarinakis. Has the Hellenic Ports Association collectively taken active steps to address issues of cybersecurity?
I believe that is a very good opportunity, all this discussion, and I hope to open a new road just when we have, because all the ports, every month we arrange to make, let's say, a discussion about what is happening, and cybersecurity is a very big issue, and I believe that we can arrange to make further steps to see what is happening and how we will be more well prepared to defend a cyber attack, which is, of course, we are doing penetration tests very often because everything can be done, but also the experience, as I see now, in all the companies here, and can be shared and can be a good idea to discuss that further. Is the general also the executive director here of the Greek Union, Mr. Mamalis, who is listening to that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamarinakis. Mr. Gerogiannis, while we're still talking about ports, would like your input too.
Yeah, I give two examples that happened. We mentioned one happened in Belgium, in Antwerp, and very big ports that be a victim of the attack. This attack first generate a lot of damage and cost a lot of million to make and good protection, okay, for them. But okay, this can be avoided, probably can be, if we are well prepared. And immediately I jump on something else happened in Rotterdam when somebody luckily drink and diet coke and put the coke in his PC and would like to repair the PC and go outside and found that the PC be impacted by a horse, ready to wake up after 1 week. So lucky, for them, because the poor was never, be attacked. The situation of the protection, it is important on the poor, and I think we need to take this on the level of what we would like to protect, what it is, the information that it's sensible, and after this, when we create a skill assessment about, say, this it is important, this is not important, or this is less important, create the strategy around and pay the right security. And something else very important is not because you create a security assessment that not need to update. You need to have in mind that constantly you need to have new ideas arrive, and you need to involve the system from the potential more sophisticated attack.
Thank you for your answer. Mr. Rodenburg, you mentioned that Naval Group has developed specific cyber solutions for the warship you have designed and are constructing. Can these solutions be deployed on commercial ships?
Yes, indeed, we have developed various methodology, various solutions that we are currently using on our military ships, on military harbor and shipyards. And yes, currently all of this methodology and solution can be transferred to the civilian world. And we are working with our partners today to transfer this solution into this new world for us.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Rodenburg. Mr. Rodenburg, let's return to you. How important, with a different question this time, how important is it to share information between maritime operators? And if, on a second note, you could tell us a bit about the human factor on our discussion.
Well, sharing is our job. Sharing and collecting information, sharing it to avoid new attacks. That's our job. So it's important for us and for the community to build a circle of trust where we can collaborate more, share more information. Obviously, anonymize information, because we don't want to name and shame, or we don't want to have critical information about a company being released or being shared by a trusted member of the community. But it is very important. It's exactly what we do. We collect as much information as we can, and we analyze it, and we publish it in order for the maritime community to know about the threat and to take the right steps, the right to avoid those attacks. And the more you know the opponent, as Mr. Rodenburg said, the better you can protect yourself. So that's very, very essential. So, and this kind of forum today is a good way to get together, to know each other better, and then to build some trust, and then to later share more information about the threat for the community. The other question is about the human factor. It was already mentioned. Cybersecurity, we see it as a three-legged stool. The first leg of the stool is management and organization. The second one is technical, of course, with networks and antivirus and firewalls and so on. And the third one is the human factor. And if a leg is missing, you fall down. It doesn't work. So, and it's often said that the human is the weakest link, and I don't like this this phrase, because for us it is the first line of defense and also the last line of defense. The first one, because when in a company the people are properly aware, are properly trained, they do drills, they can detect the first attacks. Like sometimes it comes in a way of a very simple phishing email or a suspicious attached file. So it's somebody who is trained to detect that will stop lots of attacks, because phishing emails are they're coming all the time. And it's also the last line of attack, of defense, because when attack has occurred, it's always the team, the people in the company, if they are perfectly trained and drilled, they can solve the problem and go back to normal situation, and also to a more protected situation. So that's, for us, it is essential, as I suppose it's for everybody.
Mr. Rebourg. Mr. Dimoulas, while we're still talking about the human element in shipping, how should the industry prepare its people for the next cybersecurity threat? What lies ahead for the seafarer of tomorrow and perhaps the surveyor of tomorrow?
Yes, of course, thank you. I did mention it briefly. As I said, the human element was the first thing that we tried to address back in 2018 by introducing the cyber managed notation. And actually, we have, as we saw the threat of cyber attacks coming, we had to hire also some experts, because we have to admit, we were not experts in cybersecurity. So the first expert we hired were actually from Naval Group, and the second one from that my colleague who is here from the space industry. So I was the person responsible to try to educate these people about the specificities of the merchant marine industry. And funnily enough, we boarded a ship that was one of the first ones to apply the cyber managed notation, from a reputable owner, together with a company cyber security officer. And we had the captain complaining to us that the latest USB sticks you sent to us do not work. And it was apparently because these were not USB sticks, they were locks that were supposed to be put on the ECDIS to prevent the human error. So that was one funny case. In any case, yes, the awareness was also one thing that we found out when we tried to make companies aware of the threats. We saw that there was lack of awareness about what is the liability there. So this has to increase. It has increased. We are seeing more and more interest. We're seeing more and more companies appointing cybersecurity officers and increasing the manning of their IT departments. But training has to be from the single mariner on board to everyone working in the shipping company, but all the way to the top, to the management. And one of the tools that we have for onboard operation, for example, in the cyber managed notation, is what we call the cyber handbook, a simple set of instructions for the crew to follow in their everyday operations, but also a simple set of instructions, because they're not experts. They can be trained to be aware of the threats, but they're not experts. A simple set of instructions to follow when something bad happens on board. And we are also training our surveyors at the same time to be able to go on board and audit these kinds of behavior when a ship is supposed to be awarded with a cybersecurity notations. And of course, we offer training to anyone who is interested on these subjects.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Dimoulas. Mr. Nicolas, based on your expertise and your professional experience, if we could please have a perhaps short comment on the evolution of cyber risks in the insurance market regarding specifically Greek ship owners. Are they aware of the years to come?
Thank you for this question. Indeed, we are seeing our clients, our ship owners client based in Greece, being conscious about this risk and developing consciousness about it and trying to find solution, including in the insurance market. So yeah, this is something that we are seeing. This is something that is increasing, and I think that the insurance market will increase with the increase of the consciousness from the ship owners and different operators of the marine industry.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for at least a couple of questions from the audience. Is there anyone who would like to ask something? Our panel. Mr. Trifilis.
It's a bit of a boring technical question. In the Thalys slide, I think it mentioned 6 trillion damage caused by cyber attacks in 2021. Could that figure be correct? 6,000 billion, it's at 6 trillion? It just seems... It seems excessive to me, to be honest. 6 billion. Okay, yeah, okay, that's it. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Still.
Oh, that's fine. It's clear. Thanks a lot.
Definitely, we're talking about a very big number, which is rising.
In shipping, 1 billion is still a big number compared to technology, so that's fine. Yeah.
Quite. Any other questions, please?
Yeah. Yes, 6 trillion is the turnover of cyber attacks. So that would place, if all the cyber criminals were in the same country, it would be the third GDP in the world behind the United States and China. And and cyber country would be the third GDP in the world. So that's a lot of money. Yeah.
6 trillion is the value at risk.
No. 6 trillion is how much cyber criminals make per year. So it's the third GDP in the world, according to those figures.
It's quite an interesting number to think about. Any other questions, please, from the audience? Yes.
I would like to address it to Mr. Kamarinakis. So we have a lot of regulations that everyone has to abide. I would like to understand from a port point of view, how do you foresee the NIS2 directive applicability and how do you see it, how do you prepare for the proper implementation of it?
Yes, thank you. We are preparing, and because we have 1 year for the implementation, but we are preparing, and that's why I suggested to discuss all this, because this involves all the ports of Greece. We have so many ports and so many kind of ports, and of course the vulnerabilities are very, we are afraid that something can be happen. So we have to be prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Kamarinakis, for the answer. Any other questions for our panel? No. Okay. I would like to thank all of our participants on our first panel.
Gentlemen, κυρίες και κύριοι, μπορούμε να αρχίσουμε. Can we begin? I think we miss our star. Mrs. Danae will come over in no time. So while we are waiting for her, I'm really happy. Thank you for staying with us. Of course, this is the best part of the event. That's the good choice you made. Thank you very much for staying with us after this very rich panel. Now we are tackling another topic, another set of risks, and another set of challenges. The risks that arise from the evolution, the rapid evolution of the regulatory framework on the protection of environment, and the risks that rise, and my star is coming to Asteri Erchete. Πάμε. Έχεις το καρεκλάκι σου. Δανάη. Applause. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Δεν είσαι αργά. Ήμουν νωρίς. Δεν είσαι αργά. Ναι. So this is the new panel on a different kind of risks and on a different kind of solutions. And I'm really happy to have the heavy role of animating this panel, because it cannot be my fault, it cannot be my blame if it fails. It derives from the idea of my president, Philippe, who insisted on having that panel. Because to him, and he will explain it better than I will do today, this is a new kind of risk and a new kind of reply that is needed now. And I'm really happy for a second reason, because I have a series of experts, of leading experts, a banker, a PR strategist, an insurance company that encompasses as well lawyer competencies, an experienced and leading lawyer, a chairman of my committee, so it's okay, and the prophetess of the new leading generation of shipping, which is Danae. Okay, I leave the floor now to my friend Yannick. So this is for you to make the introductory speech to that panel. Good luck.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Καλησπέρα για σας, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήρθατε, tous ενιδρίο, για τους νέους κινδυνούς στη shipping. So allow me to practice my risk tonight. Thank you. I am Yannick Le Gourieres, so I'm the head of shipping at Crédit Agricole for the American region. So you probably wonder why I'm here. And it's a very simple reason. That before going back to New York, I actually had the pleasure, immense pleasure, to be located in Greece, living in Greece and working in Greece with the Greek shipping community. And my fellow member from the Maritime Committee has been kind enough to keep me in the group. So thank you very much, and thank you for having me tonight as well. So just to give you an idea, I mean, how the banks are perceiving, the new risk. And let me start with the beginning. So 16 years ago, I was fresh from the university in London, from Cass Business School, where the very, very nice and very good Professor Kostas Gramenos, who taught us about shipping finance and credit analysis. And so it started with the concept of 5 C's. So the 5 C's stand for character, capacity, capital, collateral, and condition, of course. And so, 16 years fast forward, there's, if I see Professor Kostas Gramenos tonight, I could say there's a couple of C's that you could add. The first one is cybersecurity. I think, as a bank, obviously we're always concerned about risk. It's all about allocating capital in the right pocket. And increasing risk is a huge one, and I was actually shocked by the number. I think the number was 6 trillion, which was mentioned. It's an astonishing number. Anyway, so we as a banks, we are facing that risk every day, increasingly, over the last 10 years. And I could see as well from the graph that the shipping company are facing that risk. And actually very pleased to see that companies such as Space Hellas or Thales Hellas as well are taking good care of our very dear clients, the Greek shipping community, because this is coming. This is increasingly a risk, not only for the banks, but of course for the shipping community, and particularly the ship owner. Essentially, and on top of that, I would say also the ship owner in Greece as well are becoming more visible, bigger as well, and there's no doubt that risk also will be on the increasing path as well for especially for the large ship owner. So as far as a bank is concerned, yes, we can only support the ship owner and the Greek ship owner to engage right now with a specialist to tackle that risk, because as we can estimate, shipping, and especially we have seen during COVID, was critical to the logistic, bringing the food on the table, but also the finished product. And clearly, a huge cyber attack as well will derail completely the industry. And so I thank you again for the service provider taking care of my very dear clients as well. The other, I would say, C, which is important for the banks as well, is climate. Climate is a huge issue for everyone as an individual, but also for the banks and banks like Crédit Agricole. So we are not only a bank, and we are a large financial group, also dealing with asset management and insurance as well. And clearly, the latest event, in France or Greece, which affected us as well, are affecting us. And so there is a clear, message internally, but also a clear strategy. We need to support the economy, especially European economies, to do the energy transition, which is essentially cutting down our carbon emission. And so narrowing down to shipping. So there was a first initiative done by the active shipping banks, which was Poseidon principle, but ultimately it's very much trying to echo what the IMO is doing, and it's all about measuring the carbon emission or carbon footprint of our portfolio, and then also publishing it, which means that if we are above the IMO trajectory, it's not a good sign. And on top of that, we may have also the head office in Paris not very happy of what we do. So we need to consider that, keep that in mind. And what does it mean concretely for us? Of course, the strategy of Crédit Agricole has always been to do, finance new buildings, so more efficient vessel, cleaner vessel. But we also need to tackle as well the existing fleet. And by having also the framework, Poseidon principle framework, we also send the message to our clients that we are serious about it. And we do help our clients as well, financing or refinancing existing vessel, but also incentivize them to invest in the existing fleet and with the so-called, for example, energy saving device. And at the same time, obviously, we help them, we finance them, and also we reward them. And what do I mean by that is more and more as well, we do what we call sustainability-linked loan, whereby we have very specific, concrete KPIs, so key performance indicator, and one being AR, other could be CII, other could be also the dollar amount you invest in your vessel, especially in energy-saving device, while for example you use the dry dock. And the potential is huge. It goes from 15 to 20%, a different number, but it really depends as well on the vessel. And so that's also what we do, and what we do, as a bank, as an institution, concretely to tackle the environmental risk. And ultimately also as a banks as well, we cannot avoiding thinking about what is the value of our collateral, and clearly helping our client investing in the vessel is helpful as well. Not only is good for the environment, but also is good as well for investment or capital or allocated capital, which is ultimately, is really the deposit of our clients, which we need to, put in good use. And I can tell you, out of my 4 years in Greece, we try to do that, and I think we've done it as well, thanks to the ship owner as well. So the other, and I couldn't find a C for that one, but it's a reputation. But reputation goes back, I think, to the other C called character. Who is the ship owner? How do they operate their ships? How do they treat as well their seafarer? That's clearly critical, always been there, and I think that's why also we have an office here in Peleas, taking care of our Greek ship owner, and so they know intimately what they do, and they do it well, certainly, and not a surprise, Greece is the #1 shipping nation in the world as well, as far as I can see, or I could see, actually. That being said, reputation, as I mentioned by Philippe as well, our president, reputation also has changed, risk has changed as well. As far as the banks is concerned, again, I'm giving the point of view of the banks, that risk has changed. It's not only about assessing, with the ship owner behind, it's also about the shipping industry in general. What are we doing, us, the stakeholders, the banks, the ship owner, even, the charterer as well. They have a huge role to play, by the way. What do we do to improve the reputation of the industry, which not necessarily excellent everywhere. And so that's also a critical part that, I think a ship owner and the ship owning, shipping community needs to be aware, especially in the age of, the new age of social media, where, the information circulate very quickly, and sometimes, or very often, maybe too often, the wrong information or the so-called fake news as well. And that, we can only stress, and very glad as well that topic is being discussed tonight. I can only stress that the ship owner as well needs to take that into account as a potential risk, and ultimately, because the social media or the opinion, the news, also are driving also sometimes the political agenda, and which is also bringing another thing as well, which I'm circling back to the environment, is we are doing what we can. We're helping Poseidon Principle, IMO, but also there is a social pressure, clearly, from our clients, so the retail clients, that we need to really do what is necessary to help climate change, clearly. And so that's why we sorry. Yeah, so that's why we absolutely need to encourage our dear ship owner to invest in their vessel, take care also of their reputation, and also we're here to help to cope also with fast changing regulation, which is also another risk that we are concerned. It's a concern, but it's also, not an impossible challenge. Last but not least, and I was glad to see as well that we have Kyria Danae, who want to speak about the good reputation of shipping as a key criteria to attract the talents. We mentioned, cybersecurity. We mentioned environment, climate change. Very, challenging one. And so we think, we need the best and brightest to join us, join the ship owners, the banks, the classification society, indeed to make sure that we will tackle, the energy transition challenge. So thank you for that. So that's my introduction. Thank you.
So we all agree that the landscape is clear now as far as those new risks are concerned. I think that, Yannick, you were absolutely right in emphasizing the speed at which the climate change, the circulation of image of the building and the destruction of reputation can be made. And what it hurts everyone in the room is the key word you said, investments. And that hurts because we have to face those new challenges with a lot of new investments and large investments. So I turn now to the first part of the panel, which pertains the evolution of the regulatory framework on environment. I'm happy to welcome on the panel a leading expert on the international and on the national level, a lawyer, Mr. Vasilis Vernikos. You contributed not only to protect companies or clients, but you contributed to the work of lawmaker on the national and on the international level. So you know from the inside the evolution of the regulatory framework, and we all would be happy to hear you on that evolution. I think you have a presentation. So do you have the swiper, the remote control? Yes, and the microphone. So thank you very much.
I think, like I take it from where Monsieur Barurier left it, I have to wear my glasses as well. I decided to come to the podium because legal presentation, and particularly a regulatory overview at 6 p.m. I can understand you. It's not the most exciting topic to listen to. So I decided to come to the podium to make it a little bit more lively on the one hand, and on the other hand, I will use my notes to make it, to say as much as possible in as a short time as possible, according to the strict time frame we have. Now, tout a commencé ici à Paris. As it is well known, the 2015 Paris Agreement on climate change set specific targets to be reached by 2050 and at various earlier intervals in relation to the reduction of global greenhouse emissions, the GEHG. Given that decarbonization of shipping is thought to contribute at about almost 3% of GHG annually, IMO responded very quickly to the Paris Agreement. In 2018 already, decided to take steps to cut the annual emissions by at least half by 2050 in comparison to those of 2008. However, in July this year, 175 member states of the IMO even more ambitiously decided to reach the net zero emissions by 2050. This revised strategy means even higher reductions at the earlier checkpoint stages of 230 and 2040, which makes it not simply extremely ambitious, but even more extremely difficult to be met in practical terms, let alone its economic and other implications to the shipping industry itself. I will move now to a bit more detailed expose of the existing legal framework. The industry has to comply with in making this crossing in 2050. In order to check the progress made during the journey in time, IMO has various indicative marks of progress by introducing MARPOL Convention Annex 6, which came into force only last year. The Annex 6 contains various factors measuring a ship's pollutant capacity. The Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index and the Energy Efficiency Design Index are two of them. The first one is already in application, and they apply to all ships over 400 gross registered tonnage. The most important, however, key indicator is the so-called carbon intensity indicator, which is applicable to all vessels over 5,000 GRT. This is the amount of carbon emissions measured per unit of transport work. This indicator will determine the annual reduction factor of a ship during this process, so as to make sure that a continuous improvement is made of a ship's operational carbon intensity. Based on a specific calculation formula, which includes a ship's annual fuel consumption, the distance sailed by a ship over a year, her dead weight and the CO2 factor, emission factor, the vessels are rated in 5 different classes, A, B, C, D, and E, which in turn may have practical and legal effects on a vessel's status in various aspects. First of all, in her chartering capacity, in insurance, finance, her valuation, and potential even restrictions and permissions to trade later on, not in application yet. A vessel rated as D, correct me, sorry, yes. A vessel rated as D for 3 consecutive years or rated as E just for a single year must undertake corrective actions to show how the vessel will reach the acceptable level C within 1 or 1.5 years. These will then have to be verified by the flag state or the vessel's classification society. It follows that greater idling time of a ship in port or machinery breakdowns en route can have an adverse effect on the CII rating. On the other hand, any reduction in the actual cargo carried and/or increase in ballast voyages will help the vessel to be rated higher by reducing her fuel consumption. In response to the above developments, BIMCO has drafted a CII clause with the intention of helping ship owners and time charterers to balance their respective rights, obligations, and responsibilities so as that the former, the ship owner, complies with his CII operational requirements. The parties' close collaboration in any charter party on data and voyage planning are the principles governing this clause. Saying that, under the clause, time charterers are primarily responsible for ships' emissions, since they are in charge of making decisions on how the vessel is operated, whilst at the same time owners remain responsible to minimize the fuel consumption and maintain the vessel. Corresponding CII clause for voyage charter parties was adopted by BIMCO just a month ago in October. So the situation is taken care of by all factors of the shipping industry. The CII regime of regulations came into force in January this year. The assessment for each vessel must be made by the end of March 2024. However, a general review of these regulations to assess the effectiveness of CII will be made in 2026. It shows that even the legislators are not sure how this is going to progress. What I must say from our own experience is that ship-owning companies, shipping companies, management companies have already taken this very, very seriously. The ship owners have established departments dealing with this issue of CII compliance. They have people who look at regularly at a vessel's performance so as to be able to make a final assessment to report it, which will be verified later on. The implications of the legal implications are quite drastic. The implications they may be technical implications. For example, there is now a big talk about alternative fuels, which is either biofuels, methanol, ammonia, wind propulsion as well is considered, solar-powered vessels, electric vessels, autonomous vessels, they are coming. Even in Norway last year, the first autonomous vessels was started trading. And these risks are associated with their insurance cover. At the same time, there are also a big issue about the economic repercussions of the transition. There have been many estimates. The one I have found, among others, is that a rough estimate of what will cost to the community generally, and at the end of the day, most probably, as someone before said, to the end consumer, is $1.4 trillion. There is also an impact on finance, and obviously the vessel's capacity of trading. Vessels may be detained because of not compliance of the CII, with the CII regulations. In the meantime, there has been a further legislative enactment related to shipping emissions reduction at the EU level. As recently as April this year, the EU has ratified amendments by which shipping is included in the EU emissions trading system, which dates back to 2005. I'm not going to expand on this one. I will leave it for the next speaker, Rasmus. It's more complicated, so I prefer him to do it. And I will have to say that however detailed the above environmental schemes may be, and how much sophisticated the contractual texts are, technical, commercial, economic, and legal stroke insurance challenges shipping is faced with are multiple, unpredictable, and at the end of the day, of uncertain efficacy to the targets already set. In fact, the discussion has just started, unfortunately, simultaneously to the implementation on the field. Uncharted waters lie ahead, and I hope they will not be shallow. Pour en finir, deux mots en français. Je voudrais remercier le président de la Chambre franco-hellénique, M. Laurent Thuillet, et le président du comité maritime de la Chambre, M. Philippe Louis-Dreyfus, pour m'avoir invité aujourd'hui à m'adresser à votre audience. Et thank you very much, everybody. Merci à toutes et à tous.
And it's my turn to thank you. Do you want to take questions now? I think I have a question for you. How do you assess the way that usually, on average, without any names, how do you assess the way shipping companies are reacting to that kind of presentation and the evolution of the legal framework? Do they fear it? Are they proactive? Are they willing to cope just to comply to the slightest level? How do you assess their reaction, on average, of course?
Ship owners are entrepreneurs who know about challenges, who know about risks. They are not afraid of them. They love risks. So this is a big issue. They take it very, very seriously. They are preparing themselves, even though they haven't had a lot of time to address the issues raised by the new legislature, but especially with the other regime that Rasmus will talk about, I have seen two kinds of ship owners. They are the ones who are trying proactively to come into terms with their future charterers, even now, even at this stage, with the big houses of charterers, trying to pass down the line to charterers the cost. There are the other kind of ship owners who wouldn't mind about that. They are even riskier. They would try to change the challenge, since the other system is much more complicated and it depends on selling and buying allowances. It will be explained by Erasmus. They want the risk, they are ready to take it and make a profit, perhaps at the end of the day. So, but generally speaking, they take it very, very seriously. It's a lot of money involved in that.
Thank you very much for that crystal clear answer. You made my transition to Rasmus, so it's a piece of cake, the moderation of that panel, because we have a good teamwork. Everything tricky has been left to Rasmus. We have transitions by themselves, and I leave the floor to you, my dear Rasmus, while you take your pulpit. Just to remind you of the professional identity of Rasmus. He's a lawyer by education. He's been working for a long time now in the maritime sector. He represents our sponsor, Skuld, and I thank you very much for that. I regret the absence, of course, of Charlotte, who is sick, but I'm quite sure you're up to the task of replacing her on the stage. We are all ears to you, Rasmus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And since my French isn't as good as Vasilis, I will try to do this in English. I hope that is okay with everyone. My name is Rasmus Tiedemann. I work for Skuld P&I, and Skuld is a protection and indemnity club, an insurer. And this means that we insure ship owners and charterers for third-party liability. We're a Norwegian company. We were founded in 1897, and we're more or less been doing the same thing since, even as we have had to adopt to the new times. And we were talking here about autonomous ship, and we're talking about new fuels. Of course, that is something that is very much in our mind, and we have to keep up with the times. Going back to the third-party claims, we cover liability to cargo. We cover liability to pollution, liability for pollution, liability for persons. That could be crew on board a ship. It could be stevedores in the ports. We cover wreck removal, and we can also cover collision liability, in addition to what we call FFO liability, which is free-floating and standing objects. So that could be a ship that is hitting a quay or pushing over a gantry crane. We also cover liability to repatriate stowaways on board ships, and in certain instances, fines. And here, if we look at the risks that we cover, we not only cover the financial risk, we also assist the ship owners with the claims handling. And circling back to what Yannick said about, and previous speakers as well, about reputation. Someone mentioned the Ever Given, the Evergreen ship. Fortunately, no major pollution in that case, but if you as a ship owner have your ship on the forefront of every newspaper in the news, you want that ship out of there as soon as possible. So what we strive for is efficient and expedient claims handling, and to assist the ship owner to solve the situation. And I think the reputational issue also goes into cargo. I mean, the ships wouldn't be there unless there were cargo. So cargo is the customer. Fair and reasonable claims handling and payouts if something were to go wrong. And as you can imagine, some of these claims can be very costly. Costa Concordia was mentioned earlier, and as we all know, the vessel ran aground in Italy, and wreck removal was necessary. And the cost for the wreck removal, in addition to settling all the related claims, ran into about $1.5 billion US. And in order to take height for such sort of catastrophic claims, we and the other 11 P&I clubs, which to some extent are our competitors, have banded together in what is called the international group. And within the group, there is a cost-sharing agreement, which is, you can break it down in 3 blocks. So for the first $10 million, the club that insures the vessel pays, and then up to 100 million, you share the cost with the other clubs. And then if it exceeds $100 million, then you go to the reinsurance program, which is in the market. And that allows any club in the international group to provide cover for oil pollution up to $1 billion, for crew and passenger up to $3 billion, and any other claim that doesn't sort in the other 2 categories for up to $8 billion. And that is something that is important in this landscape, especially as we can see, and probably most of the ship owners here as well, see that the costs for claim has just gone up and up and up. But we're not only doing claims handling and paying out on claims, we also try to assist our assureds with guidance And this may be of particular import when it comes to environmental regulations, because we have heard here from Vasilis, it's absolutely not straightforward, and you have to get it right. And what we see here, what I say there, it's an overview of. So what we see here is an overview of environmental regulations that already are in place and regulations that still are to come. Vasilis covered CII, but if we stop here a little bit and look at the regulations that already are in place, we can see we have emission control areas. For instance, the Baltics, the North Sea, and US East and West Coast. And what that means for ship owners is that you're not allowed to burn fuel that contains a sulfur level exceeding 0.1. And this ties into another already existing environmental regulation, which is the sulfur cap, which says that wherever you are, you're not allowed to burn fuel with higher sulfur content than 0.5. Now we will be looking at one of the regulations that still isn't in force, but will come into force by 2024. And that's a regulation we think can have a significant impact on shipping. It's the emission trading system, which is a EU regulation. In essence, it means that the shipping company eventually will have to pay to the EU for each ton of CO2 the ship emits. And in practice, the ship owner will have to buy allowances, and one allowances will equal 1 ton of CO2. And within 1 year, the ship owner is not allowed to emit more tons of CO2 than he has allowances for. If the shipping company still exceeds the limit and doesn't have enough allowances, the shipping company will be fined. This regulation will be phased in starting from 2024, as I said, and thank you. And from 2024, 40% of the CO2 emissions from the ship has to be covered by these allowances, and then it will escalate to 70% in 2025, and then ultimately to 100% in 2026. And all this ties into IMO's and EU's long-term goal, which is an ambitious goal, but to have zero emissions of greenhouse gases from the shipping industry by 2050. And what else can we add here? It's an EU regulation, so it will primarily have effect on vessels going to and from to the EU, but if you want to have a tradable ship, it's very difficult to exclude an EU port from your trading pattern. So to sum up, the environmental regulations for ship owners are complicated, and to be compliant, it will cost, either by buying emission allowances or by transitioning into non-carbon based fuels. And that was it for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for stressing how stringent, how quick, how numerous the regulations are. I will ask you a question before you leave the pulpit, and then we'll go to a general discussion afterwards. In terms of, in respect to emission allowances, if a ship owner, theoretical one, does not comply with those regulations, what's happening to him, to her?
As far as we understand, there will be a fine of about 100 euros per ton of COU that the vessel emits.
Okay.
And one could put this in relation to that the container industry as a whole emits about 160 million tons of COU per year, and bulker industry about 450 million tons of CO2.
Okay, is it really? I'm a layman in that sector. Is it coercive enough? Is it too coercive in order to, to spur the evolution of the shipping sector? Is it drastic?
I would personally say that it is pretty drastic, and it is a question that has to be solved. Who to pay in the end for this? Will it land on cargo? Will it land on charterers? Or will it be a loss that would have to be assumed by the ship owner? Then, again, personally, I can see why IMO and the EU are pushing for this. They need to do something, and they have set up very ambitious goals. We talked about zero green gas emissions from the shipping industry by 2050, and we are already at 2024. So it has to go fast, and this is the way they have thought it would.
Okay, so this is the dark side of the new challenge: fines and massive fines that will be enforced.
Yes, if you don't comply, you will have to pay.
Good, very good. I think it gives me at least a good grasp of what is happening in terms of pace and in terms of cost. Thank you very much once more.
Thank you,
Rasmus.
Thank you.
I propose we move now to the second step of our panel, the discussion on the new risks concerning the reputation of the sector in general, of the key players that the ship owners are for the time being, and for all the other players of the sector. Reputation. We will have two experts on the topic. Our chairman of the committee that will outline the way he sees the new challenges in terms of reputation. And then a second expert, Mr. Kimon Antipas, CEO of Publicis Consulting for Greece, that will address key ways in order to establish, protect, improve, develop a reputation in that particular sector, which is the maritime sector. Thank you very much. Chairman, à vous la parole.
Thank you, Cyril. I'm not an expert. He is an expert. He's an expert of reputation, image, PR, these things. I'm just a ship owner trying to be an individual with common sense and looking at what could be the future. It started when 15 years ago, when I was heading EXA or BIMCO, tried to convince my fellow ship owners of Europe that environmental issues would be essential one day. It took a long time for most of them in certain large maritime countries in Europe to understand that it would be a real issue. It is today. This is why we have a rather complicated set of regulations. We've been talking about it, yes, for 10 years. Okay? It would have been much better if we ship owners had been more proactive, had been understanding the issue and proposing solutions. But it's not the case. Now we are facing that. It's So it's going to be a headache. It's going to be very costly for the profession, for the ship owners. It's going to be very costly for the charterers, our clients. And it will be finally, as I said before earlier this afternoon, very costly for the customers, for the people in the street, for the buyers, for the people buying the food and all that, because all the enormous amounts of money which will be needed for decarbonation will be passed on finally to the people in the street. But people don't want to hear that yet. We suppose don't say that really. The clients don't say that. Even the politicians don't say that. But it's going to people, the lady buying the eggs in the shop, who will pay for that. At the end, trillions of dollars. Nevertheless, I wanted to have this, as you mentioned, Cyril, earlier, on image and reputation, because I think, and I thought 10, 12 years ago environment issues were important. I think today that the image of shipping is an important issue for our profession and professions. Maybe it's not very popular to say that, but I think it's we need I want to make it known. We know that we are indispensable for the world trade, for the economy. We are exemplary in terms of safety, in terms of mostly sometimes environment. We are cheap. We are safe as much as possible. We know that we are, but others, the public, politicians, don't know that. The image of shipping up to now, for many, a long time, it has been either good, maybe excellent in Greece, where shipping is an important activity and recognized as important activity, which is not the case in all countries. Clearly not. But now, in France, let's say it's not good, not bad, it's neutral. But this is changing rapidly. And I'm afraid that these changes could have consequences on our activities which are very heavy. Why should it be changing? Why is it changing? Sorry. I mentioned that earlier. There are economical issues, political issues, but first one is environment issues. It has been dealt with already. For years, I've been president of EXA, BIMCO. Shipping was put forward as the solution to environment matters and to transport issues. Clearly, it is. Of course, we use dirty, heavy fuels. Of course, we pollute, but in terms of kilos or tons transported, it's really very marginal. We know that. We know that the cost of shipping in a telephone coming from Japan or China is marginal. Refrigerator, it's very marginal. Nevertheless, at the whole, the ships using heavy fuel do pollute. And so we're not normal to this being seen so much as a solution, because, as I said earlier, we ship owners, little dragging our feet for 10 years on these issues. And we are paying that today. On environment issues, also, we have to say that we are facing enormous challenges. New engines, new fuels. What will they be? When will they come? Where will they be available, which is for fuels? We don't know yet. And these challenges are enormous, and it's going to be, as I mentioned 10 seconds ago, 2 minutes ago, enormous costs for the people in shipping, whether they be ship owners or customers, and finally for the client. And that will not add to our popularity, I would say. So really, the image will not be, the image of shipping will not be helped on the environmental issues. Another problem is Sometimes every 10 years or a couple of years, we make money. Sometimes we make a lot of money. Does not happen very often, but it happened 2 years ago. And most ship owners, and especially some in the container business, made fortunes in 1 or 2 years. And this has not been well accepted by the public. And since it's not well accepted by the public, it is used by the people in politics want to change the regulations. And some of big ship owners in Europe, most of us did, but some more than others, made very big profits and paid, which is the law, the regulation. It was we have lawyers here. We have the state aid guidelines and mainly the tonnage tax being one of them, which I've been fighting for many years ago, and we have it. But the change in image of people in shipping making enormous amount of money and paying, in fact, a lot of money, but compared to what they could pay if they were in corporate tax scheme, is rather marginal. So that does not help the image in the public. So we are seen as bad in our environment issues, bad in terms of cost of living and adding to the cost of goods. Bad because we make money from time to time, but people only see the good years, making a lot of money and paying very little taxes. Some in Europe, not going to give any name or nationality, have been and seen, and I regret that for my activity, for the shipping activity, could be seen or are seen as war profiteers, and that is not good for the image, and that is a real issue. So that's many reasons for the image of shipping to be destroyed is too much, but definitely altered by in the future at a time where we need support. And I'm very afraid, I'm talking in Greece, the country of shipping, where the industry is very important and benefiting from the rules, regulations of Europe. But I'm afraid that these rules, regulations, and state aid guidelines and the tonnage tax could be, not one day, very shortly, suppressed and taken over by the EC politicians to say, why are we giving such a good treatment to ship owners? So that's why I believe the image of shipping is something very important in the eyes of the public. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Monsieur.
Danae will take over, and it's important, the image, not only for the reason I gave, but also we need people at sea, we need officers, we need young people. And now I'm passing the...
Not yet, not yet, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
I have a question. I have a quick question for you, if you allow me. Don't. Okay, he doesn't allow it. He's my chairman, so I won't comply with it. Okay. So, a direct solution for all the major shipping companies that are now exposed to the scrutiny of the public is to build and develop a directorate specific for communication.
Absolutely, that's a very intelligent question. Which,
I don't know whether it's intelligent, but
you are a very intelligent person. No, it's one of our problems. It may be one of our arrogance. We ship owners. Most of us we're family, as I said, we're family companies. We know that we're doing well. We know that we're cheap, safe, as I mentioned, exemplary on many. But we don't believe it's important to say it and to communicate. And we need to communicate better to explain why today we are polluters. If there was another kind of fuel than heavy fuel, it would be nice. Of course, we have gas, but gas is a carbonated fuel in any case. So we are responsible for a situation where we did not do much, but at the same time we don't do much because we believe that We don't have to see about the problems, like the monkeys. They don't hear, don't see, don't look. So we need to communicate. Is that a way of passing the ball to my colleague on the panel?
You did it already. Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. Now to the expert with the capital E, obviously. So take your pulpit, please. I already introduced Mr. Antipas. So now it's your turn to explain how to protect that reputation that is obviously endangered by many, many factors highlighted by Philippe. So you have a presentation, you have the remote control.
Yes, I have it.
We hear you, Master.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President of the committee. Indeed, tonight's topic, it's very interesting. From a communication perspective, I can say that I hear a lot about emissions, about environment, about this is not the only sector that the shipping industry has to negotiate and play with the stakeholders. So let's not narrow the field only to emissions. Let's see it in a more and wider field that, Mr. Dreyfus have mentioned that. Shipping does a lot of things, that offers a lot of things. Don't play only in the emission or in the regulation field. Play the ball in all the stadium. And from my point of view, this is, and from a communication perspective, this is the reply that the shipping industry must give. And this must be based on extrovert. In a DNA terms, shipping industry is introvert. Replies and reactives only to some big issues that emerge. And then they return again to this introversion. No, must be a consistent, continuous, and ongoing communication in order first to fully build, then to protect the image that has and the crucial roles that plays in the global economy. But prior to any thoughts and ideas regarding the image protection of the industry, of the sector, please allow me to give some insights regarding the Greek shipping industry. Of course, the minister earlier and Mr. Dreyfus in his earlier speech provided an accurate image, an accurate picture of, in operation terms, of the Greek shipping industry. But I would like also to complement that in terms of perception, and especially perception of the Greek society. Historically, the Greek nation is connected, is fully identified with the sea. As a country which has poor sources, always was turning its view to the sea in order to get or to find growth, sources, wealth. That's why, thousands of years now, the shipping, it's the shipping industry, the shipping then and the shipping industry now, it's the pride of the country. People in Greece believe that is their pride, not only indoors, but also in an international scale. And this is correct, because 50, 60, 70 years ago, Greece was known from Onassis, the Suez incident, Niarchos, the conflict with the ladies and the shipping conflicts between them, later with other, maybe jet set, maybe good entrepreneurs, but always the shipping was the front line of Greece. So, and they are. It's important that they have dominant presence in every aspect of the Greek life, economy, investments, employment, social life, and it's quite impeccable that people in Greece do not know the names of the companies of these ship owners. They know the ship owners by the name. I think that no one can tell the name of the company of Mr. Marinakis or of Mr. Tsakos or of Mr. Laskaridis. They have never heard of them, but they are fully aware of who Mr. Tsakos, Mr. Laskaridis, and Mr. Marinakis is. I have to say that their success, not this one, in all the shipping industry, has been presented throughout the years through some key characteristics they have. They are very resilient and they have a lot of agility in facing geopolitical, economical, crisis, environmental, or any other development or issues, and they are very responsive with various actions in that. I have to say that also they are very good in overlapping crisis situations. They have been in the past many crisis situations that Greek shipping industry and the Greek ship owners have overpassed it very well. They have also another crucial role in the Greek society. They are big donors and benefactors, something that the society always appreciated of. And they are ready to face any challenge, many times proactively, in order to maintain their leading position in the country, but in the international scale as well. We have seen them that they react very quickly to all these energy issues, all these energy matter. They were ready to transform their fleets for LNG carriers, and this is something that has been also communicated as a strong point of image in the Greek society. You have seen some virtues, some advantages. More of them do constitute a very good set of communication goals and image objectives for any kind of company around the globe. So let's see now, and let's proceed, which are these the factors that more or less can provide in a successful planning, and they are key elements for a successful image, reputation, handling, and communication. In the case of strategic development, there are three key main elements that has to be taken under consideration. First, security and safety. This industry has a lot of incidents, is related very much with incidents regarding accidents, pollution issues, piracy, and generally the human safety, crew safety, people that are safe around this industry. It's a major issue and always boosted stakeholders' confidence. The second key factor is the media. Always this industry is in the public scrutiny and in the eye of the media and of the incidents that are related with. It's very important, it's imperative that, and I think that at least to my point of view, up to a standard, it's a little bit weak in terms of media relations development in order to handle effectively and efficiently various issues regarding the media. And of course, one of them, maybe the most important key element is crisis management, the lifesaver. For many years, it has been said that, yes, we need crisis, but no crisis management, but in proactive terms, and this is very crucial, nobody was paid attention to that until the crisis was occurred, Crisis management is a valuable tool. It's the something that changes the culture of the organization, the structure of the organization, not only in operational terms, but in culture terms, in thinking terms. And it is very valuable along with others when the incident has to be faced, handled, and the consequences to be minimized. Of course, pardon me. Of course, apart from the backbone of the communication, there are some key factors that the communication must be aligned with, and this is, of course, the regulatory compliance. The people in the practitioners of communication are very well used to handle issues on regulatory markets and industries that are under the regulatory. Of course, the issue that the shipping industry is an international business. It has global reach. It has various different cultural, linguistic, and regional audiences, and this is something that the communication has to take under consideration in order to be effective. And of course, how I would avoid it, the environmental concerns and sustainability. It's part of every glossary, not only in the shipping industry, but in every industry. The sustainability and the responsibility towards environment has been part of it. Here we have a different importance regarding the shipping industry. As Mr. Dreyfus explained, it affects all the chain and finally reaches, without that being said, even to the final consumer, to the final client. So it's important that strategies must be developed in order to face and handle such issues and promote and project all the initiatives that the shipping industry takes in that direction. Being in the environmental controversies, I would like to remind you something. Many environmental incidents in the past, as oil spills and other incidents or accidents, mainly had a local appeal. It was somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, an oil spill. That, of course, it was bad, but it wasn't a global issue. Nowadays, with all this environmental discussion in the front page, in the front line of everyday topics, everything works cumulative in that direction, that harms, that affects the environment. Everything, everywhere in the world, all starts and works as cumulative. So, it's additional opportunity for reputational damage. As we said, this accumulation makes it more difficult, more hard, more judgmental for every shipping company to face such situation. And always it broadens to ecological impact that things or incidents like that have. For Greeks, maybe for Greeks present in that venue, it's maybe more known. It was a little motor ship at the edge of the Western Attica some years ago when a small oil spill, we had a small oil spill far away from the Athens Riviera or the Athens area, and it would took only 2 days, all the coastline of Greece in the middle of the summer and swimming coasts to get dark by a small spill. So you see that these type of ecological incidents and pollution incidents have much broader and wider effects to wider and broader audiences. So it's very important also this to be incorporated in a crisis and management reputation scheme. Oops, I killed it. Pardon me, pardon for that. Of course, another dimension is the legal and financial ramifications that any of environmental issues have. What is very interesting on, I'm sorry, on the communication perspective is that they can keep a company hostage for many years. Is this legal aspect, is the criminal aspect, is the other aspect, is the compensations. So it's a trap for the reputation of a company if it will get involved or if it's not handled in the correct way, such legal implications. And last but not least, as previous speaker said, we have the new ecosystem around the environment, the NGOs, the specialists, all the ones that can be either prosecutors to a company or allies. So it's imperative that the shipping industry, in order to have not endorsement in real terms, but in case of allies for such incidents, it has to prepare and develop relations with this ecosystem, even though sometimes they are, sorry for saying, disgusting in their behavior. It's just the truth. Of course, in some two slides, you will find some top public relation practices for the shipping industry. I don't want to read them, but what I want to say by presenting these two slides as an annex is that, again, what I said in the beginning of my speech, all these practices are necessary. All the communication and the reputation, the image handling from a shipping company must cover every aspect, not only the one that is hot at the issue. At the same time, stakeholders engagement, media relations, development of relations with local communities, governmental relations, everything, it's a mix, it's a box of strengths that could act and protect the reputation of a shipping industry, of a shipping company, sorry. Thank you so much for your attention.
You can, yeah, no, you can answer my question sitting. Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I think we all see now that the level of awareness of the general public has risen a lot concerning the shipping sector in general. You highlighted the fact that PR planning, PR strategy planning cannot be reduced to firefighting job. When the crisis is there, it's already too late, and that establishing a reputation, protecting it, requires time, preparation, and probably a certain level of collective preparation. It will be a question from me. What would be the best relevant level of preparation in terms of PR planning? Would that be the company? Would that be the sector, the region, the professional associations? What's the proper level? What's the relevant level for communication planning and PR strategy?
Can I be? No, okay. It's work. I think that it's a valuable question. I believe that all these levels must be coordinated and working together. You cannot have only an institutional representation. You cannot only have a specialized representation. Company must protect her image and must feed, let's say, valuable data to the institutional representation and agree with institutional representation the way of approaching specific matters and specific issues. So I believe that work must be done in all levels in order to be very efficient, in order to gain time, in order to lead to good results.
Okay, good. I have a second question to you. I will ask it now, otherwise we won't have time. I would ask you wanted us to be conscious that we have to play the ball outside of the narrow pitch of decarbonation. So what do you see coming as topics of communication in the coming decades? Because we are now moving to the future in the long run. So what are the topics we cannot see now? We didn't spot yet. For the shipping sector, for the maritime sector, for the naval sector, what is coming?
Interesting question. I think that emission will be the spear, but will be various smaller incidents in safety, in pollution, which will undermine and will try to corner the shipping industry as a whole by government, local communities, and governmental bodies, I would say.
So we have to prepare for the next crisis. Thank you very much. I now turn to Danae. If you would like to take the pulpit, this is your proper place, the pulpit. That's for sure.
I don't claim anything, just to get...
Yes. In any case, you would lose against Danae in your claims. So the best is yet to come, of course. Thank you very much, Danae, for accepting first to sponsor the event, second for your presence here. I don't have to present you because you're so famous in Greece. It would be the reverse that would be proper. I would just say a few words as for the reasons why you were invited here. We are trying here, thanks to the idea of Philippe, of course, to grasp what is coming in terms of threats, in terms of risks, in terms of opportunity. And we are all here in the different positions we have to prepare the future. And the future of shipping here in Greece, in France as well, but everywhere, the future will be shaped by the new generations. So there is a kind of a common duty, a common task to keep on attracting new generations, new skills, new people, new women, new men to that sector. What should we do to achieve that goal? Thank you very much. We are all ears to you. Thank you very much once more, Danae.
Merci beaucoup pour votre invitation. Et c'est un grand honneur. Mais je parle français, ok. Je comprends français un petit mieux, mais je ne voudrais pas te déranger. So I will move on to English. I'm not going to create more problems to your minds. I will continue to English. And can I have also my presentation? So I'm CEO of Navigator Shipping Consultants. And before 15 years, I started, I became, during 2013 and 2015, I became European Young Leaders by the two big think tanks of Greece, Europa Nova, one is French, and Friends of Europe in Brussels. And then in 2015, I was chosen to be Young Global Leader in World Economic Forum, representing my great country that I love very, very much. And I'm also alumni of the State Department. So with these roles, I started talking to universities, and then I discovered that there is a gap between entrepreneurship and the universities and entrepreneurship, and then with the schools. And we're trying to do many things in order to, to mind this gap. So I will start a little bit by saying what I believe. Greeks, we are in shipping for more than 3,000 years. Of course, I have some small examples about what Greek shipping trading means. Delos, a very, very small island, used to be the center of the world, just 6.85 square meters. It's, it was a miracle. Delphi was the center of the world, the omphalos of the world, and the Kythera mechanism, the navigation system that was discovered, and of course the Corinth Canal that was bringing together east, west, north, and south. So what's going on now? I will say a few numbers because it's very important to know, but what is very important is that in this world we're 195 countries, but only 15 of them are trading 80% of the worldwide trading. And this is a big, it's very difficult to convince all the world that shipping that is trading 90% of the world from only 15 countries, the majority, that they have to give attention to this. It's very, very important. And then 3 countries control 42% of the world fleet. And this is Greece, China, and Japan. And Greece is the only non-Asian country in the top 5. So 10 million people have to convince many billions of people that we have to give a lot of attention to shipping. Because Greek shipping is the only shipping power that does not have to do only with the country. China and Japan and many other countries have created shipping from governmental money. Greece has not done this and is helping the world. So this is why we give a lot of attention to what's happening. And this is here what's happening. These countries that are playing a big role in shipping: Greece, China, Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, Germany, Bermuda, Norway, France, United States of America, UK, and then it's Taiwan. And of course, 19.8% the rest of the world. Greece has created a miracle. It's a shipping miracle. We're number 1 in tankers. We're following with, I think we are we're number 2 in bulk carriers worldwide. We're doing extremely good in LNGs and LPGs. Number 1 in bulk carriers. Sorry, Payet. In LNG, number 1 in LNG. Thank you, Payet. You're very right to say. And now I will use it from now on. And of course, you see what's happening in the numbers. And around 60% of the European fleet. From 2014, Greeks have increased the capacity by almost 46%. So this is not easy. I can say with around 5,514 vessels in only 40 kilometers city, and 3,000 shipping companies. Not only ship owners, about 650 are the ship owners, and then the remaining, we are service providers, like our company Navigator. So what are the Greek and European challenges? What we are facing? Unfortunately, we're getting older. We're not giving birth, we're getting older. Greece, unfortunately, is the number 2 oldest country in Europe after Italy, but still, Europe is not doing good at all. Brain drain, unfortunately, in Greece, we lost 500,000 young people during the decade 2002-2020 and 2002-2010. There is a mistake here, and that is not easy. For a country that will become around 35% of our country will be over 65 years old by 2050. The global population will reach 10 billions very soon, and we need more vessels. But unfortunately, Europe is decreasing. And we have to deal a lot with migration. We have to be more innovative and to be more active into this. And of course, Greece also will decrease by 1.3 million. We will be 12% less by 2050. And with the seafarers, what's going on? Around 1990, we used to have 150,000 Greek seafarers on our vessels. And now we're having around 25,000 seafarers. I use a number that Mr. Mitropoulos said in our, Mr. Tsakos said in our forum last week. 2 million seafarers are all over the world. 800,000 of them have to be trained to new technologies by 2030. So you can imagine how difficult it is and how much we need to navigate the change. So these are the problems. We have already discussed about them, regulations. Shipping is used in regulations. We always had regulations, and we will continue having regulations. So we're not afraid of the regulations, but with smart shipping, artificial intelligence is doing a big change to our world. And we have to see, do we like technology? We like to stay more in our houses, but really, do you believe that the last 10 years we work less because of the mobiles? No. Do we work less because of the technology? No. The main thing is if we are managing technology, not to be managed by the technology. And there is where artificial intelligence is coming, and we have to take a lot of attention to the human element. Because shipping is existing and will continue to exist through the human, we need the human beings. Okay, of course we're hearing about automated ships. I don't know if I will be alive to see fully automated ships, bulk carriers, LNGs or LPGs, but the main thing is not to replace, not to find ways to replace 10 billion people not to have jobs. Because we're 8 billion and we will be 10 billion. So we have to find more jobs about these 10 billion people and not replace them. 2024, our Minister of, the Ministry of Shipping announced that it's going to be the year of maritime education. We're very happy as Yes Forum because we're saying this from 2016 that we started the first Youth Day in Posidonia, that we need more young people. So we're happy that 10 years after we have our first maritime education year, and also green transition. And it's important to do many things about this. What we have to do, we have to upskill, to reskill, and to train. Not only the young people, but also ourselves. Also the companies that are existing. I mean, also the older generations. And this is very, very important. So we need to see the dilemmas and the experiments that are coming the next 10, 15 years. We don't know what vessels to build, with what fuels they will run. We don't know what will be the need of the people that will be on board, but for sure we have to find out in order to make the world go round. So these are the attractive factors for the young people in shipping. Why they like to come in shipping? They like to come in shipping because they have global opportunities. They like that this is a global job, that you can work in shipping from wherever in the world. And of course, there are many opportunities. Technological advancements, environmental sustainability, diverse career paths, competitive salaries. Okay, this is what they try. And the good reputation, it's a very, very crucial factor, of course, in attracting the young generation. And how we can do it? By ethical and responsible practices. The young people now, as we say, they like the attractive workplace culture. I mean, they like to have a good atmosphere in the office. Not so much the money. Of course, we all like to be paid, but more it is the culture, not only in shipping, career development opportunities, innovation, technology, and of course, it's very important to be awarded. Here is the top 10 soft skills that anybody needs to go ahead and shipping more: communication, self-motivation, leadership, responsibility, teamwork, problem solving, decisiveness, ability to work under pressure, and time management. I think that we all want it a lot in shipping. Flexibility, negotiation, and conflict resolution. So what we try to tell them is that they need all these skills in order to go ahead, not only in shipping. The role of media. I believe that when we talk about reputation, media plays a big role. Now social media plays a big role. And before, when I started working in shipping, my family is in shipping the last 50 years. Our company exists 32 years. I started working in our shipping company before 23 years. We had only the telex. We know we were telex with different colors, with the white, the yellow, the green papers. And when something was happening in the United States of America or in China or in Brazil, unfortunately, we were not learning it so quickly. But now, we learn everything before happening. So this is very difficult to face it, because the young people are having, they are creating the picture of a job or of what's happening also through social media. Of course, the documentaries, and to promote the positive aspect of shipping. We don't like that nowadays in the Greek shipping television. Unfortunately, we have a movie that the title is Shipwreck. And except that it is shipwreck, they are showing the bad image of shipping. A captain that is leaving the people alone to go down with the ship, and all the image that is not great for the shipping. So it's important to bring ahead good, great examples that they have helped our country to become the #1, to how we created the Greek shipping miracle. Emphasizing, of course, the need of cooperation between private and public sectors. We see it a lot. This is what we're doing in Yes Forum. We have 3 pillars: open days to shipping companies. Many young people have found jobs through the open days. And what we have succeeded in after 10 years is that when somebody is in Yes Forum from the first year of the university, they are finding job before the end of the 4th year. Then we have the Yes to Shipping Forum, and you are all invited, and it will be a great pleasure to have you with us on the 7th of June 2024. That will be the 10 years anniversary of Yes Forum. And then we have the Yes Tour to Schools. This program has taken the okay by the Greek Ministry of Education, and we're very happy that we're the only ones that were entering the schools live. And this is something that we have also to give attention. To go to the schools, not through programs, not through AI. The schools need to see the people alive, live, and the students like it very much. We speak to students from 8 years old to 18 years old, and you cannot imagine, you are seeing the numbers, what's happening. These were the stereotypes of the shipping, that we are available 24/7, 365, so it's not great. But with COVID, everything worked out. So we were not the weird people that we work all the day. Closed business circle. Many times I say how we are a closed business family circle when shipping is running 90% of this world. So this is something that's not good. And the outdated. Very often before COVID, we were hearing that shipping is not following technology, is not technologically advanced, which also is not happening, of course. These are the top 10 skills for 2023 from World Economic Forum. A number that I'm keeping from here is that 44% of workers' core skills will not exist after 5 years. So unfortunately, now the generations are changing every 5 years. And this is very If we can say that the generations were changing every 30 years, then every 20 years, and now after every 5 years, it's very difficult to say. And I'm finishing with this slide, that it's the 10 fastest growing jobs and the 10 fastest declining jobs. What I can say by seeing the growing jobs, because let's not go into the negative side, is that anything can run through shipping from the growing jobs. Even in agriculture, if there is no shipping, there is not going to be agriculture. So everything has to do with shipping. And this is why we're all happy to be here, and we thank you once again, because we're very lucky to be born in this country. I will say it again, because I'm a very proud Greek lady, like the vessels, and we're very happy. Maybe in shipping we're not having too many ladies because all the vessels are a sea, so we have plenty of ladies in shipping. But what I can say is that this is a job for all the people. This is a job that is not making any exceptions. And what I say also to the universities and schools, only shipping and technology did not stop even for a minute. My family is also in tourism, and unfortunately, we had a completely, or let's say 98% empty hotel in 2020 in Zakynthos Island. Now it's full, but if you want to come, more than welcome, because the airplanes were not in the sky, but the vessels did not stop even for a minute. So thank you very much, and I hope that I brought a little bit more of our knowledge.
Thank you very much for this. I don't have questions. I cannot have questions. Thank you for this very inspiring speech, as expected, I might say. I understand that shipping is a part of national pride in Greece. I understand that very well. I think now it's time for you, the panelists or the audience, to ask questions. I have dozens of questions that have been ruled out, of course, by the presentations, though they are now obsolete. So we have some time to discuss, I think. So the floor, the pulpit, the stage is yours to ask questions on the topics we covered, on the topics we didn't cover yet, and that will be covered in the next events. So I think a mic is circulating. So, sir, take mine.
Thanks, merci, Cyril. So this was a very interesting panel, bringing together many different parts of the shipping equation, from capital all the way through to politics and the conceptual politics of identity from the World Economic Forum. But there are some issues which to us in Greece, they are a bit even more interesting, some of the specific things. So I would like to turn to the emission trading system. This we find is problematic on a number of levels, in fact probably on all levels. The problem starts of course on the level of the vessel. So imagine you have a tramp bulk carrier, which is a typical Greek example. You follow your charter's orders, then your rating drops, then your commercial value drops, then you want to get compensated for the damage caused by adhering to the orders of that charter, but the charter has disappeared. Okay, because this is something that can happen in the smaller and in the more tramp segments. We then think it's problematic on the industry level. We move from the vessel and we go to the industry in aggregate, and we say that we would not like to see the tail wagging the dog. We do not want to see this inverted cone of the FX derivative market, of the oil trading, where the future price of the commodity determined among a very oligopolistic system of traders will impact the current value. You know, situations like in oil or in FX are quite exemplary, and this will wrong foot any independent owner that has, as Mr. Vernico said, taken the risk onto themselves. I think they're heading into a very turbulent storm where the weather pattern is controlled, in fact, by other people, rainmakers, let's say. And on the third level, probably the most problematic of all, is on the level of the moral hazard, on the conceptual level. A sheet of paper which you buy in order to continue an antisocial behavior, like polluting or child abuse or whatever, helps to perpetuate this antisocial behavior. Not only does it help to perpetuate it by facilitating it, it also embeds within it the value of that activity. So there is, in fact, an incentive for the world to continue a production process which pollutes in order for the traders that own the scraps of paper to increase the value of the portfolio. Because if there was a polluting-less way for things to be produced, these papers would have no value whatsoever. So we're entrenching a value in a system that we would like to avoid altogether. So that's the Greek thinking on the ETS from the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping and, you know, from individual colleagues as well. We do understand that Europe, until recently at least, was very concerned about the green agenda. We think it will end up, everything in Europe, costing much more than it normally would and compared to around the world. But the good thing about the Greek fleet, as Danai said very clearly, is it's not a state-owned fleet. It is a privately owned fleet belonging to a lot of individually operating actors. So if, as Mr. Chairman said, we will come across regulatory pressure from decision-making centers, as we have said in the past, it's easy to move the ship around. Maybe if you're a state fleet, it's not so easy. But if you're a private fleet, it can be done. And if 6 companies in Greece are over 100 vessels, I think just for these 6 or 8 or 10 companies to move, it can be a big problem. I would like to end with a puzzle that we have not been able to solve, and a lot of people, Danai, yes, and a lot of other organizations, ISALOS, and the state and the chamber, we're all trying to attract people to shipping. And it's very strange that in Greece, where the salary is now the second lowest of the all OECD countries, just half a tick above Mexico, still we cannot attract the people to the vessels, where the economic argument is just compelling and the opportunities are compelling. So I think we all need to rethink what's going on. Why is something which used to be attractive now basically repugnant? So thank you very much for having the opportunity to express these views. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input and for elaborating on the issues we tackled and on issues we didn't tackle yet. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. I think you don't have a specific question to raise, but it was enough to contribute to the general discussion. Thank you very much. Yeah. Does someone from the audience would like to ask a question or to contribute to the debate, of course?
Maybe one comment to what you said about you know, that we basically you know, sort of perpetual path forward. You know, we what we pollute, you know, sort of create, you know, the business of tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm more optimistic. You know, we need to change. We need to tackle, I mean, carbon emission, and we need to change our business model. And allow me to say something, you know, we as a financial institution, we see that, of course, you know, initially there was we need to change our approach, you know, perception of risk, but also it's a fantastic, you know, business opportunity, you know, for Europe and for the reindustrialization, sorry, of you know, Europe, I mean, including France. It's a big topic right now. And, you know, allow me to maybe mention a couple of examples. You know, and also to potentially, you know, tackle poverty in a country where there's more sun. We can produce, you know, tons of green ammonia, green hydrogen, green methanol in this country, and that could, you know, bring more business to shipping as well and fuel in green fashion shipping as well. But, you know, you can take and we have within Crédit Agricole many sector, you know, we have Another initiative in the cement sector, so we're big client, of course, there, huge consumption, emission of carbon. So a lot of things being done as well. And so you take each sector one by one, and you will see, there's a lot of, initiative being done, and which, of course, there's a cost, but that bring as well, business opportunity, and also business development, GDP, but also maybe on the younger generation, appeal them again, maybe back to industry or shipping. Who knows?
Merci Yannick. Merci. Someone from the audience? Oh, yes, sir. Do you want my mic? Oh, you have a mic.
Thank you. I'd like to add a positive side, let's say, about the communication aspect. And since we have Monsieur Dreyfus here, I want to congratulate BIMCO on the very good videos that they issued during COVID time about the hardships that the seafarers are doing and what shipping is doing in the world economy, etc. I have to say that I showed it to my daughter at that time, and being over 20 years old, he told me, Dad, I now understand what you're doing and how important this is, what you're doing. So keep doing that and show them to more people. It was very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for that new contribution.
Can I add something? In what you say, you're very right, and to what Yannis before Mr. Trifili said, we need to also to say, because we're thousands of people that we are in shipping, we're 200,000 families, and we can be at least 500,000 families in shipping. It's very important to pass this passion and love to our kids. Unfortunately, Europe has become richer. This is why the young people are not going on board, because they don't like to go outside their comfort zone. And we see that the countries that they are having money problem, mainly they follow on board. Let's not hide the truth. This is the truth. The thing is also what I believe, because I am entering the schools the last 5 years, and the last 2 years, the elementary schools, is that when they see how much we love shipping, when we have online young captains of 25, not still captains, but captains BRC of 25 years old, and then they speak to them with a passion that in 3 years they have been to 30 countries, that they have met important people, that they have been better and they have been more independent, that they do not have to stay in their parents' house because they can pay for their house, they can buy their own car, and they can have a great girlfriend or boyfriend, I can say, because there is time for everything, because now it has also changed that they go on board 3 months and 4 months, not 2 years like my father used to be on board without any break. So if we really inform them what's happening, but at this point I want to say and thank France as a Greek for helping us in difficult times. We're also doing great projects together in shipping and in naval projects, and it's important to cooperate and to be Europeans, not Greeks, not the French, not German, to be Europeans. Like the Greek olive oil that I make this joke, that there is not the Greek good Kalamata olive oil and not good Zakynthos olive oil. By the way, we don't have good olive oil, but it's the Greek olive oil. It's the European shipping community that is running the world, and we have to be all together. So we thank France for being next to us and for making Europe a little bit more friendly together.
Question. We have a question there. Hello. Hello again.
Good evening. So my name is Philip Nilsson. This is not a question, but it's more like a suggestion and a follow-up point of what Danai was saying. So we understand that we have to bring in younger generation into this amazing industry. And I think an easy way is all of us tonight or tomorrow to talk to people we know and tell them about this industry. I believe there is a lot of money in this industry. Greece should be the technology hub for maritime because it has such a strong background in shipping. Technology is the future. So I think that we should all leave here tonight and tomorrow at least find 3 young people and tell them about this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I think the challenge is accepted. We have our task for tomorrow morning. Any other question? So it's probably time for me to thank once more the panelists for their work, their efforts, their time, especially the ones that are coming from afar. Danae, thank you very much once more. Mr. Chairman, Philippe, thank you again for having the idea of creating that panel. Vasilis, thank you once more. Rasmus, thank you very much. Kimon, okay. You know what I think. Okay. And thank you to you, Yannick, for being with us tonight. I would like, in addition, a quick word to thank our sponsors, Space Hellas, Bureau Veritas, Eastern Mediterranean Maritime United, Louis Dreyfus Armateur, Skuld, Synthetica, TMS Navigator, Tira SA, Navtica Chronia, and the support of the French Embassy in a different way, not financial, but large support from the French Embassy as usual, and the Cluster Maritime French. I know that supporting such events requires a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort, sometimes a lot of financial resource. It may lead to internal politics, but we made it happen. Thank you very much to you all, and I leave the floor for the conclusive speech to our chairman. Thank you very much.
As the chairman of the Maritime Committee of the Chamber of Commerce, I want to say to vote what you mentioned, and we work together, France and Greece. Maybe, as I said before, Greece is the only country in Europe which France did not have a war with. So that I'm not sure about that, but I think. But I know we never had a war between ourselves. We get along well in shipping because we are complementary. Greece is the biggest fleet in the world. It's a leading country for maritime industry and experience and knowledge and know-how, clearly. France has a smaller fleet, quite a few, a couple or 2, 3 big ship owners, but that's all, not many ships, not a large fleet, but a large voice in Europe, politically. So that's why it's important that we have these exchanges and we collaborate. One of the biggest fleet in Europe, and the knowledge of the French shipping and the political voice of France in Europe. Thank you to all of you for coming, and see you next year. Thank you to the organizers, the people, to all the staff of Chamber of Commerce and Katarina and colleagues, all of them, and Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Monsieur Laurent.